We have some privilege resolutions here. We're going to let Secretary read them right now.
Senate Resolution 886 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others, a resolution recognizing the life and achievements of George Oliver White Jr. and for other purposes. Senate Resolution 887 by Senator Davenport of the 44th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Dr. George Jones Jr. on his outstanding service as an internal medicine specialist and for other purposes. Senate Resolution 888 by Senator Beach of the 21st, a resolution recognizing and commending Frank Poe and for other purposes. Senate Resolution 889 by Senator Halpern of the 39th, a resolution recognizing and commending Dr. Contessa Metcalf and for other purposes. Senate Resolution 890 by Senator Strickland of the 17th and others, a resolution congratulating the Dutchtown High School girls dance team for winning the 2024 GHSA State High Kick Dance Championship and for other purposes. And Senate Resolution 891 by Senator Strickland of the 17th and others, a resolution congratulating the Ola High School wrestling team for winning the 2024 GHSA Traditional 5A Wrestling State Championship and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hearing none, the resolutions are adopted. We have the significant others of the Senator of the 27th and the 28th. Miss Brass and Miss Dolezal are here today. Let's give them a round of applause. All right. Good to have you ladies here. If all senators could come to the chamber. All senators to the chamber, please. We have a special guest coming to the chamber. If everybody can take their seats, Everyone take the seats. All senators. Doorkeepers, prepare to secure the chamber. All senators. If all senators could take their seats, recognize the Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please allow His Excellency, the Governor of the great state of Georgia, and his guests entry into the chamber. It is my honor to recognize the Excellency, our Governor of our great state of Georgia, Mr. Brian P. Kemp, who is doing an outstanding job. I think we all agree in his second term. Georgia continues to be the #1 state to do business. Economic growth is all over the state and opportunities for businesses and families all over. We appreciate from this body all the help that he's given us and things that have mattered, whether it's cutting state income taxes, looking at helping us with school choice measures, or even access to health care, more access to health care opportunities. He's been right there working alongside us here in the Senate and the House chamber, and we greatly appreciate his leadership, appreciate his family being here. First Lady and his daughters are here today. We want to welcome them to this chamber. And at this time, I'd like to welcome our Governor, Brian P. Kemp, to give us a few words and thank him for a wonderful session. And at this time, I'm honored to have him preside. And let's all give him a warm welcome. Our Governor. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank y'all. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Jones. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Jones, President Pro Tem Kennedy, Leader Gooch, Minority Leader Butler, members of the Senate. Marty and I are glad to be back with you once again at the conclusion of another session. Over the course of these past 3 months, you and your colleagues across the hall have achieved quite a lot. Together, as the Lieutenant Governor just mentioned, we have delivered on the tax acceleration that Lieutenant Governor Jones, Speaker Burns, and I promised last December, which will save taxpayers $3 billion over the next 10 years. We've secured a $2,500 pay raise for our educators, the 4th teacher pay raise since I took office. We've raised pay for state law enforcement, like those who are protecting this building and all of us right now. And you have given final passage to the Peace Officer Loan Repayment Program. We also passed the 9th installment of human trafficking legislation, thanks to the hard work of the best First Lady in the country and the Grace Commission. We've reached historic heights in new funding for our public classrooms, while giving students and families greater choice when it comes to finding the educational options that best fits their needs. I want to thank the Senate for your leadership on this issue starting last year. We also have put more money toward mental health services than ever before. As you know, we've also made incredible one-time investments, meaningful investments in our state's infrastructure. And we've taken another step on tort reform that for the first time in decades will give us the information that we need to tackle this challenge in the right way. I also want to thank you for your support of the amended budget and thank Chairman Tillery and the members of the Appropriations Committee. I know it's been a long, hard slog, and you're probably still slogging or have been recently from what I hear. But I appreciate y'all's good work on the amended budget, and I told the House, don't forget to pass the big budget before you leave tonight, which I know you will do. But it will fund both a lot of critical priorities for our state, and I just want to congratulate you all for your good work on that. Much like last year, the partnership and thoughtful coordination between the Senate, the House, and my office has benefited the people of this state. We will need that same cooperation and teamwork throughout this election year if we are to continue to deliver on the needs of our hardworking people. But as you all know, there are some here with us tonight that will not return next session. They have chosen to retire from this chamber after years of dedicated service. To those who won't be returning next year, I hope you would stand and just let me thank you and the rest of us thank you for your great service to our state. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contributions. Marty and the girls and I, which Lucy and Amy Porter are with me tonight, will wish you well in your next chapters. I also want to give a special thank you to the Secretary of the Senate, David Cook, for his years of service, but also for his friendship to the Kemp family. Since taking this position, he has become an institution in this chamber, and you will be missed, sir. Thank you. So I'm not going to keep you any longer. Let me just close by thanking you again, tell you to keep up the great work. You're almost done. We'll see you on the other side of sine die. God bless you and good luck the rest of the evening.
Recognize the senator from the 20th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 354.
Senator has moved. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 354, a bill by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 43 of the OCGA relating to cosmetologists and barbers so as to exempt from licensure some persons performing certain limited responsibilities and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 354, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 43 of the OCGA relating to cosmetologists and barbers so as to exempt from licensure persons performing certain limited responsibilities to provide for definitions and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I've been asked to be quick with these bills. The next four bills that you're going to hear about are a result of a study committee we had over the summer on occupational licensing. They're all part of a package of the red tape rollback that the Lieutenant Governor has supported. A lot of hard work has gone into these bills. I want to thank the chairman of the Regulated Industries Committee. These bills came through his committee. He was very supportive. I want to thank the staff of the Lieutenant Governor. They've been very, very helpful in getting me to this point where hopefully we'll see final passage on these measures. So Brad and Enos and Lorianne, I really thank you for your help. And again, thank you to the Lieutenant Governor for his support. These measures are going to help Georgians be able to enter the workforce without as much barriers they have now and to be able to have a career and earn a wage and improve their economic situation. So it's a way to allow Georgians to lift themselves up without putting barriers of government in their way. Senate Bill 354, you'll remember we had a lot of robust debate on this one. It's the cosmetology bill that allows individuals that want to do shampooing and blow drying of hair only or apply makeup, not to have to go to a cosmetology school and spend 17 grand and have 1,500 hours of apprenticeship. It's a good entryway for them to have a career pathway into this field. The changes that the House made on this bill, I think, will assuage some of the concerns we had when I presented it last time. It removes flat irons and curling irons from the hairstyling portion. So it specifically states that wouldn't on line 35, it will not include flat iron or curling irons. I ask for your favorable support of this bill that will help hardworking Georgians get a leg up and support their family. Thank you.
Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Senators move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 354. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 56th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your
President.
inquiry.
Isn't it true if this bill passes, we'll finally all be able to get a haircut safely in the state of Georgia again?
Senator is passionate about what he speaks. On the agreeing to the House substitute, the yeas are 40 and the nays are 11, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 20th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 449.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 449, a bill by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 31.712.8 of the OCGA relating to certification as nursing aide and employer-sponsored training and competency examination program, and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 449, a bill to be entitled an act to amend various titles of the OCGA so as to provide certain licensure requirements, regulations, and prohibitions relating to nurses and other medical professionals, to amend Code Section 31.712.8 of the OCGA relating to certification as nursing aide and employer-sponsored training and competency, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
That objection, recognize the senator from the 20th. The pride of Perry, Georgia.
All right, Mr. President, thank you very much. Senate Bill 195 is should be in your notebook titled Special Action. Senate Bill 449, Special Action book. It's LC 365861S. This was the bill that we passed unanimously, I believe, to allow people exiting the military that have been a medic or a corpsman to get a expedited license to work in our healthcare field as a CNA or a paramedic or an EMT or a cardiac technician. The House added to it some language has to do with advanced practice registered nurses. They want to have their own license, and this section, Part 2 of the bill, allows advanced practice registered nurses who currently just have a RN license. If they've met all the requirements to be an APRN, they would be able to get a APRN license on par with the PAs. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, I ask for your favorable consideration.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for the measure? posture that we're in is the senator has moved that we agree to House Substitute SB 449. All those in favor of Senator from the 20th will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 47, the nays are 1, and this motion has prevailed. Senator from the 20th, if I call on you, you going to remember to vote this time on your own measure?
I hope so, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 20th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 373.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 373, a bill by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4310A13 of the OCGA relating to requirements for licensure in marriage and family therapy, so as to provide for the issuance of expedited licenses by endorsement for marriage and family therapists and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 373. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 10A of Title 43 of the OCGA relating to licensing provisions relative to professional counselors, social workers, and marriage and family therapists, so as to revise the definition, to change certain education requirements, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the Senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 373 is our licensed marriage and family therapist bill that we passed. The addition is Section 1, which is some cleanup language for associate professional counselors and professional counselors. Be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I ask for your favorable consideration.
You have no questions,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none, senators move that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 373. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 20th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 195 as amended by Amendment Number 4.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 195, a bill by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the OCGA relating to professions and businesses so as to repeal Code Section 43-134 relating to licenses for transitioning members of the armed forces and Code Section 43-135 relating to expedited license by endorsement for spouses of active or transitioning members of the armed forces and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 195. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 43-135 of the OCGA relating to expedited license by endorsement for spouses of active or transitioning members of the armed forces and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 20th. House and counties. Man of the hour.
All right, Mr. President, thank you. Amendment 4 to Senate Bill 195 is a compilation of best hits, greatest hits of our licensing work we've done. The first 30 pages or so is a compact bill for social work licensure compact. So if you're familiar with compact bills, a certain number of states have to pass it. The language has to be identical. And then you get a licensure compact, which gives portability to the licenses. So that was a House ad. The rest of the bill is our professional land surveyors bill that cut down on the number of hours and the number of years they had to be in the field to get a professional land surveying license in hopes to bring more people into that industry. We have a soil scientist bill in here that decouples the exam. They can take it immediately after their coursework instead of having to wait until their field work is done. It also has a measure to allow people that they know they're going to move to Georgia, they can go ahead and apply for a license in Georgia if they're not currently a Georgia resident. They can apply for the license in advance. That's what this bill does. These measures are going to create opportunities for hard-working Georgians, and I'd appreciate your support. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll yield the well.
You do have a couple questions, Senator.
All right.
Recognize the senator from the 30th.
Does gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Since we were talking about all these licensing bills coming up and didn't get a chance to go through the 40 pages, but I appreciate you explaining that. Is there anything, I know there was a bill, I was hoping to see it, that forces the Secretary of State's office after 60 days of a renewal to get a license that they automatically go in if they're not renewed, because we have at least 40,000 cosmetologists right now that cannot renew their license. And if we don't do something soon about this, we're going to have people having to work without one.
I appreciate the question, Senator. We did pass a measure. I think it was Representative Martin had a bill last year that put a 90-day shot clock on that, and I do think there's another bill out there that brings that down to 60 or possibly 30, but it's not in here.
Very much. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 27th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I noticed you asked us for our favorable consideration of your bill, but I noticed on your own bill 2 votes ago you didn't vote. So
I was so overheated, Senator.
Understood. Well, I appreciate that. I do intend to vote for this bill, and I do want to say I appreciate all the work you've done on reforming licensing and getting rid of barriers to work in the state.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You still have one more question, Senator, but you can yield the well if you want to. Got a question from the recognized senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, I have more than 200 pages of amendments on my desk, but we're going with amendment number 4. Is that
Amendment
correct?
4, yes, sir. The other 3 were carryovers from last year's session. So by moving that we adopt Senate Bill 195 with Amendment 4, it takes away those other 3 amendments. You might want to direct that to the Secretary of the Senate for confirmation, but that's my understanding.
Senator, is it not true? I don't feel very comfortable voting on something that I have certainly not read. 40 pages here in amendment number 4.
I appreciate that, Senator.
You have no more questions.
Thank you very much.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The senator from the 20th has moved that the Senate agrees to the House substitute as amended by Amendment 4 on Senate Bill 195. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 47, the nays are 3, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 45th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on HB 514.
Senators move. Secretary, read the caption.
The Conference Committee Report on House Bill 514-2. The Committee of Conference on House Bill 514 by Senator Brass of the 28th and others. Committee of Conference substitute to House Bill 514, a bill to be taught an act to amend Chapter 66 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to zoning procedures so as to provide for the length and renewal of certain moratoriums related to zoning decisions and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
That objection recognizes the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring before you the conference committee report on HB 514. It has to do with single-family dwellings and townhomes. It limits the time that a local government can put a moratorium on zonings up to 180 days. And there are certain specific situations where they can waive that and extend it. It also reinforces some requirements on regulatory fees and allows local governments to waive development fees on single-family homes that are 2,500 square feet or less. And it also requires public transparency or more public transparency on zonings. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions or yield the will.
You do have a couple of questions, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 37th.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Appreciate the gentleman well. I just am trying to process these conference committee reports, and I wanted to know, does this have any effect whatsoever on the build-to-rent housing solution and the those projects?
Yeah, it's my understanding, dealing with build to rent, that would be a zoning requirement. No, it doesn't, because basically the build to rent, when you're going through a zoning process on, say, single family dwelling community or a townhome community, those board of commissioners or the city council, when they impose those zonings, they could either put a rental restriction on there of 10, 20%, or they could not have that at all. So they can restrict that, and this does not affect that at all.
What does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
What does what kind of moratoriums does this limit to 180 days specifically?
Most all of them, unless there's some major like infrastructure issues, say there's no sewer or water, that they're not able to get to those homes for that development, they could continue that moratorium. But most other moratoriums, it would limit it to that 180 days, because you got a lot of municipalities, some that are putting moratoriums on single family or townhomes or certain zoning conditions for years at a time.
Okay, thank you.
You have one more question, Senator. Recognize Senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Thank you. It appears that, and I'm looking particularly at the limitation on temporary moratoriums. Doesn't this boil down to the state interfering with local control and prohibiting actions by a political subdivision
Well, it
that they may
depends.
wish to take in this vast state with 159 counties and Lord knows how many cities? Isn't it true that there are local things that could be occurring that call for local control to really rule the day?
Yeah, and I would say that, overall it doesn't negate local control. Like I said, certain issues dealing with utilities and those factors, they could extend that moratorium. But, 180 days, 6 months is quite a long time. And, in my home county in Gwinnett, where we've got exploding growth and we've got housing shortages, I think this helps to promote, make sure that municipalities just aren't trying to clamp down on certain zoning controls. And then also I would say that, dealing with waiving the fees on the development fees for houses that are 2,500 square feet or less, that's dealing with more workforce housing to promote that in local municipalities as well.
If I further yield, I'd like to ask you a question
Sure.
about what's the posture of the Georgia Municipal Association that represents the cities all across our state?
Yeah, great question, Senator. They're neutral on this. They took a neutral position.
Neutral.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're just kind of neutral.
Yeah, they're not opposed and they're not for. They're neutral.
But one could easily see a scenario where a mayor or a city council would feel themselves to be hamstrung by this legislation. Isn't that the case?
No, I would say, a moratorium for 180 days, on single family is quite a long time. And if there's, substantial issues with utilities and they're not able to serve that with sewer, water, or power, they could extend that moratorium.
But isn't it true that the people closest to the ground and that get elected locally to do the best that they can for their local citizenry, their voters at home, that they're the ones with the knowledge as to what kind of moratoriums they may wish to utilize at any given point? Isn't that
I would say,
level
that, in some instances, there needs to be controls on how long you have a moratorium. If you're putting them on for frivolous issues, like I said, in my home county, we've got a workforce housing, shortage in our county. So promoting that, I think, is very important with the growth. I mean, our county's expected to grow, we're right at 1 million people. We're supposed to have about 1.5 million in 20 years. So we need to make sure that there's guardrails on that, in my opinion.
Thank you for entertaining my question. I just would close with saying it's true that if you really want to have some loyalty to the concept of local control, you might want to consider voting against this bill on that basis. Thank you.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a enormous amount of respect for my good friend, the senator from the 45th. This bill started in the House very different, and I think it has changed a little bit. But I want us to remember how we all feel every time the federal government tells the state government what to do. We don't like it because we want to be autonomous. It is no different than our cities and our counties. We're telling them how they're going to run their local municipalities. The best government is the one closest to the people, the one you're electing on your city council, your mayor, your county commissioners, and chairman. If they want to have a longer delay because they're looking at broader issues that impact their community, no matter what those issues are, why are we as state government lording over them? This is as local control as it gets. I certainly appreciate some of the other work, and again, great deal of respect to Senator 45th. He does a phenomenal job for his constituents. But ladies and gentlemen, if we start legislating everything a city and a county is going to do for how they're going to set up zoning, how they're going to set up their neighborhoods, and what they're going to do, it's all to what end? Where does this stop? In the name of what? This is not a good bill. If you talk to your city council members, your mayors and your county commissioners, I bet you won't find one person that wants this bill. So let's keep local control just that. And let's talk about this a little further in the years to come. I'd ask you to vote against the conference committee report for House Bill 514.
In the House. That's what he wants. We don't have the votes for him. It's going to die. I think you're going to get less than 5 Republican votes.
Really? Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The senator has moved that the Senate adopt the conference committee on HB 514, number 2. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the conference committee, the yeas are 12 and the nays are 40. So this measure has failed. Recognize the senator from the 45th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on SB 240.
Secretary, read the caption.
Committee of Conference Report on Senate Bill 240 by Senator Walker of the 20th and others. Committee of Conference Substitute to Senate Bill 240, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 47 of the OCGA relating to the teachers
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring the conference committee report on SB 240. This has to do with a limited number of our charter schools, our state charter schools in the state. Some of them using management companies. They've got 401k benefits for their teachers and for their administration. And this bill would bring them into compliance on some of the management companies dealing with the 401k so they could provide that with for the teachers. It also it's limited to bring those into compliance and then also allow the management of the hiring and firing of those teachers as well. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 46 for a question. Senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we're back to alternative investments now in this, letting folks spend up to 10% on options and warrants and private equity investments that are the high-risk investments.
I wouldn't say it would necessarily be high-risk investments, but it would be, it's a separate 401k program for those charter schools that have the management companies.
But there's another piece to this bill, correct, that applies to all major retirement systems, the state employees' retirement?
Yes.
So when you look at section, I guess it's in section 1 of your bill. No, section 2, I guess, is adding, letting all these other large retirement systems do these non-publicly traded, we'll call them investments that are privately placed or very illiquid.
Yeah, what this is intended to do is for those charter schools that have the management companies.
Section 2 in any way apply to charter schools, though?
Well, that's already in code section. It's just adding that to the charter schools. You look up in section 1.
Will you further yield?
Sure.
So lines 45 to 47, though, take it out of the law where they were limited to 5%. So now you're letting them go up to the other limits of 10% like other investments. All our state employees now are about to be gambling with 10% of their retirement system. Probably not a good evening to use the word gambling since we're still waiting on the House to take action on our sports betting bills.
And it still has the 5% if you look at C.
It just strikes it, though, right?
No, if you look up above D at C, it still has the 5% of such systems assets at any time.
That's for the teachers. Didn't we just pass a bill to change that last week? That's okay. I'll read it.
Thank you.
You have no other questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is dealing with a finite number of the state charter schools that have management companies. It's a very small percentage of them where they have their own private 401k programs, and it brings them where they can provide a retirement plan for those teachers for those few charter schools, and that's all it deals with. Ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The senator from the 45th moved that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on SB 240. All those in favor of his motion will vote yea. All those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. on the adoption of the conference committee report, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 26, and this measure has failed. Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I move to reconsider that vote?
You may. You may. Senators move for reconsideration. Is there objection? There's objection. Senators move to reconsider, and there is objection, so we're going to vote on whether or not to reconsider. Senator from the 45th, could you approach the roster? So, Senator, on a special action. So, Senator, I actually told you wrong up here at the roster. You can reconsider the loss. So you did move for us to reconsider. There was objection to it, so we're going to vote on reconsidering the vote. So all those in favor of the motion to reconsider will vote yay. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 45th, what purpose you rise?
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that this is only for a finite number of the state charter school systems in the state, and this will allow them to have a 401k, a retirement program for their teachers, and it also will put them into compliance with IRS, which they're currently not?
Senator is passionate about what he speaks. The motion on reconsideration is the yeas are 23 and the nays are 30, and this motion has failed. Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Mr. President, I move that we lift HB 384 off the table.
The senator from the 28th has moved that we lift HB 384 off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 384, a bill by Representative Henderson of the 113th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3329 3.2 of the OCGA relating to individual accident and sickness insurance coverage for mammograms, pap smears, and prostate-specific antigen tests, so as to provide for annual notification by insurers for male insureds of coverage for prostate-specific antigen tests and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, House Bill 384 is removed from the table, and I recognize the senator from the 28th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I bring you HB 384. Been working with Representative Sharon Henderson over in the House on this, and her husband, Jerome, who's also her chief of staff, and worked with the chairman, distinguished chairman of insurance. Appreciate all his help on this. This bill is actually exact language of something we did a couple years ago with breast cancer. We're now doing it with prostate-specific antigen tests, simply just requiring that the insurance company notify the insured, a male insured, of coverage for some of these different tests. So if they cover certain tests, they just need to notify males over the age of 45 or males over the age of 40 if ordered by a physician. So that's it. I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
I urge your favorable support for HB 384.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Recognize the senator from the 52nd. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Now recognize senator from the 52nd for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate disagree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to H.R. 1022.
The senator has moved. Secretary, read the caption.
House Resolution 1022, a resolution by Representative Camp of the 135th and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for local governments to have the option to offer a statewide homestead exemption from ad valorem taxes in an amount equal to any amount by which the current year assessed value of a homestead exceeds the inflation rate and for other purposes. The Senate offers the following substitute to House Resolution 1022, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by general law for a statewide homestead exemption and for other purposes. Additionally, the House offers the following amendment to amend the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1022 by replacing lines 2 through 4 with the following: grant an additional $2,000 statewide homestead exemption for all local taxing jurisdictions and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 52nd.
President, this is the resolution that goes with our property tax cap bill that we're doing, and I think we're really close to an agreement overall. But they had added on the $2,000 homestead exemption onto this bill to put it in with this bill, which I think we probably would agree to. However, when I was looking at the language, it's not a homestead exemption of $2,000. It's $2,000 off the whole bill, tax bill. I don't think that was their intention. So I know we're some of us would probably just want to move to agree to that, but we need to get this language fixed and send it back over to the House for that.
You have no questions, sir. Is there objection to the motion? Without objection. Moving on to House Bill 926. House Bill 926. I recognize the senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 926, a bill by Representative Reeves of the 99th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 17 of the OCGA relating to criminal procedure, so to provide for issuance of certificates by a court for purposes of demonstrating rehabilitation and good moral character and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 926, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 15 of the OCGA relating to courts, so as to include healthcare workers and emergency healthcare workers as special classes relating to battery by a juvenile and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Tillery of the 19th offers the following amendment to amend the substitute to House Bill 926 by inserting the following: lines 212 and renumbering and remaining section. Said title is further amended in Code Section 4523 relating to classes of driver's licenses by revising subsections C and D and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator James of the 35th and others offered the following Amendment 2 to amend House Bill 926 by inserting on line 13 before to provide for related matters the following: to amend Code Section 17420.1 of the OCGA relating to investigation of family violence, predominant aggressor defined, preparation of written report, review of report by defendant arrested for family violence, and compilation of statistics and further purposes. Additionally, Senator Harbin of the 16th and others offered the following Amendment 3 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to House Bill 926 by inserting after battery by a juvenile on line 3 the following, and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Kauser of the 46 offers the following Amendment 4 to amend House Bill 926 by inserting after juvenile on line 3 the following: to amend Title 17 of the OCGA relating to criminal procedure so as to revise provisions relating to procedure for arrests by citation for motor vehicle violations in lieu of arrest for certain offenses, by inserting between lines 251 and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to removing it from the table? Hearing none, I recognize the senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this started off as a very simple bill. I've got some passengers that have gotten on board, I think, on these amendments. But this is a bill, and I had a conversation in the hall today from one of the judges in Fulton County Municipal Court. They strongly endorse this. Currently, people can get their license suspended if they fail to show up for a speeding ticket. And you can't get it back till your case is resolved. It takes 12 to 18 months in Fulton County to do that. So people are losing their license for simply missing a court date on minor things. This allows you to continue driving once you go clear that up without having to have a suspension. It does not apply to serious offenses like DUI or reckless driving or other things. You would still be suspended during the pendency, but on the minor type traffic offenses, it avoids an unnecessary license suspension. I have an amendment that I'm bringing, amendment number 4, at the request of the Georgia Sheriff's Departments, and it is to rectify a mistake in a bill we passed earlier that required you to arrest people on certain citations if they were under 17 years old. And if they were over 18, you could get a citation instead of being arrested, and they meant it to be the reverse, and this just clears the law back up to make it the way it was, where you don't have to arrest kids for misdemeanor offenses. You can write them a citation for certain things like shoplifting, et cetera. Just puts the law back the way it was before that mistake was made. I'm happy to answer any questions on the underlying bill or amendment number 4. I don't know about amendments 1, 2, and 3. I guess we'll hear shortly about those.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well. Please vote yes for the bill and for amendment 4.
All right, is any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? I'm going to. All right, so we will start with Amendment 4. Actually, that's Senator from the, we'll start with Amendment 1. The author of it was from the Senator from the 19th. Recognize Senator from the 19th. Speak to Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, amendment number 1 is extremely simple. I have a constituent back home who enjoys to driving RVs. Our code is a little ambiguous. It says that if you're driving an RV, you don't need to have a CDL license. But then it says if you drive a vehicle that's over 26,000 pounds, you do have to have a CDL license. Right now, we have RVs in our state. They're starting to make them bigger. They're over 26,000 pounds. So this amendment clearly says if it's a recreational vehicle like an RV, you don't have to have a CDL, even if it's over 26,000 pounds. But if it isn't an RV and it's still over 26,000 pounds, then you clearly do. It clears this up so we don't end up in a situation where someone in a vehicle like this accidentally has an accident, and then the insurance company is able to use this as some type of, discrepancy to say that they wouldn't have coverage. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 47th.
President, would the senator yield?
I yield.
The other states, I know I see people going up and down. Grandpa's driving the RV down the road. What do other states do?
What do other states do? I'm not sure, but I will tell you what our DDS actually has said and has issued a policy, and we've gotten at least email confirmation of, is that RVs do not require a CDL. However, if the DDS is saying they don't and the code's saying they will, I don't think that we have any discrepancy about what an insurance company would do if they had an opportunity to avoid a liability in an accident.
I remember those Chevy Chase movies where I watched the RV pulling the Jeep that's got the boat behind it. Is that going to be the next thing?
I hope not, but all we're trying to do is make sure that the code is clear and the code matches policy, and right now the code doesn't match policy. Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I'll yield the will.
There are no more questions.
Thank you. Ask your favorable consideration of Amendment 1.
Recognize the senator from the 35th to speak to Amendment 2.
Can I? Yes, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak from my seat. Mr. President and senators, this amendment is the domestic violence bill that I brought before you a few weeks ago, and it passed unanimously, well, except for one vote, but through all the other committees, it passed unanimously. It got over in the House and got held up, but it would probably provide, it will provide specific incident reporting requirements for law enforcement officers responding to incidents of actual or alleged family violence. It'll check for protective orders, and it will look into past incidents. So we are working to pass this particular amendment on this bill because overall this bill is about making sure police have all the information they need to protect victims of family violence better, prevent further harm of domestic violence, and make informed decisions that improve safety for all involved. It passed, as I said, unanimously in all of the different committees of the Senate and on the floor except for one vote with Senator Moore. I don't know his number. What's this? Anyway, except for one vote, 53rd. And it was helped to be written by our senator from the 17th, who is the chairman of Judiciary. So I ask your favorable consideration to help save lives and help police be able to do their jobs. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you very much.
For Amendment 3, I recognize the senator from the 16th. Speak to the measure.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I ask that we withdraw. I would like to withdraw Amendment 3.
All right. Senator has asked to withdraw his amendment. Amendment 3, is there no objection? The amendment is withdrawn. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Would the senator like to close debate? Senator is waived. Is there objection to the previous question be it ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of Amendment 1, authored by the senator from the 19th. Is there objection to Amendment 1? Hearing none, Amendment 1 is adopted. On to Amendment 2, authored by the senator from the 35th. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2. Is there objection? Without objection, Amendment 2 is adopted. Question is on Amendment 4, authored by senator from the 46th. Is there objection to Amendment 4? Without objection, Amendment 4 is added. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, yeas are 51, the nays are 1. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 24 for motion.
Mr. President, I ask that House Bill 1253 be lifted from the table.
Senator has moved that House Bill 1253 be lifted from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1253, a bill by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to regional commissions, so as to revise the composition of the governing council for regional commissions and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Government Oversight offers the following substitute to House Bill 1253. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to general provisions applicable to counties only, so as to provide for a new category of district and for the purposes. Additionally, Senator Anna Bitarte of the 31st and others offered the following amendment to amend the Senate Committee on Government Oversight substitute to House Bill 1253 by inserting after programs on line 6 the following: to amend Part 2 of Article 4 of Chapter 13 of Title 45 and Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to the Capital Arts Standards Commission and state flag, seal, and other symbols respectively, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 24th. Is there objection? Without objection, recognize the senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring you House Bill 1253. This is a bill that we should have passed 20 years ago. This is a bill where rural counties that are struggling to provide service, they can come, 3 or more counties can come together to provide service as simple as water, sewer, trash, so they can take care of the great people of the great state of Georgia. I ask you to vote for the bill, vote green, and I got a friendly amendment coming.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Recognize the senator from the 31st to speak to the amendment. Senator from the 9th.
I'm gonna wait.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 1. We've already debated this at length, a lot of length, if that's even a statement. But basically, this is the Clarence Thomas statute amendment. And basically, this amendment is moving the statue from the state capitol to the Nathan Deal Judicial Center. I think we all know probably where we stand and how we would vote, and I ask for favorable consideration. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Senator has yielded. Now recognize Senator from the 9th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I would like a ruling on germaneness, please.
Ruling on germaneness. Sir, this amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sit tight. On the question of germaneness, looking at it, Senator, it's just going to have to be up to each and every senator to decide on themselves, red or green vote on this.
Mr. President,
State your inquiry.
point of order. Appeal, ruling of the chair.
All right, get everybody back in.
Appeal the ruling of the chair. The senator's moved to appeal the ruling of the chair. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Secretary, unlock the machine. On challenging the ruling of the chair. The ayes are 32, nays are 21. Now we're going to take up amendment number 1. We have an objection on amendment number 1. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the amendment, the ayes are 31, the nays are 22, and the the amendment is adopted. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the vote, yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of HB 1253 by substitute, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, I ask that House Bill 279 be lifted from the table.
Senators move that House Bill 279 be taken from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 279, a bill by Representative Gamble of the 15th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 32 of Title 33 of the OCGA relating to property insurance so as to provide for an insurance premium discount or rate reduction for property owners and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to House Bill 279, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 32 of Title 33 of the OCGA relating to property insurance so as to provide for an insurance premium discount and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I come before you. I bring something to you that's very familiar, something that we voted out of this chamber twice before. We all know that in the state of Georgia we have unique challenges, especially when it comes to the coast and the west side of the state. This legislation codifies citizens the opportunity to use the fortified building standards that are recognized throughout the United States. It's between them and their insurance companies if damage should come to their homes. I ask for consideration, and I please ask for everyone to vote green on House Bill 279. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I yield the well.
If you have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 39th. For what purpose do you rise?
I rise to ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 22nd for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 22nd is excused. Moving on to House Bill 1049, I recognize the senator from the 20th. Senator from the 20th. Celebrating all his victories from earlier, I guess. I'm going to go to House Bill 1407. Recognizing the senator from the 47th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we remove House Bill 1407 off the table.
Without objection, Secretary, read the caption. I'm sorry, Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1407, a bill by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others, a bill to be titled an act to amend Chapter 70 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to coordinated and comprehensive planning and service delivery by counties and municipalities, so as to revise provisions for establishing, negotiating, reviewing, revising, and filing local government service delivery strategies and further purposes. The Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Gannon, the 47th District Chairman. The State and Local Governmental Operations General Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1407, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 70 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to coordinated and comprehensive planning and service delivery by counties and municipalities and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 47th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hours getting late. Said this bill is a result of a study committee that Senator Burns and our good friend from the 5th, excuse me, the senator from the 23rd and the senator from the 5th, they served on. What this bill does is help eliminate some of the fighting between cities and counties. Basically, in a nutshell, it's going to put some teeth into some things for clawback, so in case they can't get to an agreement, this will hold us accountable and hold those local governments. It'll put some penalties in for them, put some standards in for DCA on some mapping standards and what's going on with it. It's supported by both GMA and ACCG. I won't take anybody's more time. Unless there's questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. Ask for their favorable consideration.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 7th. For what purpose do you rise?
I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 6th for business inside the
I
Capitol.
have to wait till after this vote, Senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46 and nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 20th. House Bill 1049. I'm sorry, Senator, you need to make a motion first.
I'll make a motion. Just 1 second. I'll make Mr. President, he moves that Senate Bill 10, is it House Bill? House Bill 1049 be lifted from the table.
Senator's gotten so important, he's got other people speaking for him now, huh? You know what? I'm not even sure we need to call on him, actually. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1049, a bill by Representative Williamson of the 112th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 52 of Title 33 of the OCGA relating to assumption reinsurance agreements so as to enact the Insurance Business Transfer Act and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to House Bill 1049, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapters 36 and 52 of Title 33 of the OCGA relating to the Georgia Insurers Solvency Pool and assumption reinsurance agreements, respectively, so as to enact the Insurance Business Transfer Act and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Do you want me to recognize the 19th, or you want him to come present the bill for you? Recognize the senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1049. I'm told that current Georgia law will not allow a Georgia domiciled insurance company to sell a portion of their book of business. They have to sell the whole company if they want to do that. And we have situations where an insurance company may have a book of workers' comp business and they decide they want to focus on more property insurance and get out of the work comp market, and they just want to sell their work comp book. Or we may have a company that is in the health insurance and Medicare supplement business, and they want to sell their health insurance book and focus on Medicare supplements. This bill would allow, under certain conditions, the insurance company to sell a portion of their book of business. It also makes sure it protects the state guarantee fund. We hope this measure will allow us to see that attract more Georgia domiciled insurance companies, and will will be a good economic development bill for the insurance industry. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate your yes vote.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 29th for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we lift H.R. 1164 from the table.
Senators move that remove H.R. 1164 from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Resolution 1164, a resolution by Representative Hugley of the 141st and others, a resolution honoring the life of the Honorable Richard H. Smith and dedicating an interchange in his memory and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this resolution do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal of the 27th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Special recognition to my colleague from the 15th. H.R. 1164 does something that needs to be done. It honors the life of the Honorable Richard H. Smith by dedicating an interchange in his memory. Whereas the Honorable Richard H. Smith has long been recognized by the citizens of this state.
Hey, Senator, hold on one second. Could everybody, I have everybody's attention, please. Senator's presenting a resolution for a well-respected member of this Capitol. So if I could have everybody's attention, please. Sorry, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whereas the Honorable Richard H. Smith has long been recognized by the citizens of this state for the vital role that he has played in leadership and his deep personal commitment to the welfare of the citizens of Georgia. And whereas a native of Wrightsville, Georgia, Representative Smith graduated from Morgan County High School and furthered his education by earning a Bachelor of Science from Louisiana State University in 1968 and a Master of Science from the University of Florida in 1970. Whereas he began his career with the University of Florida Cooperative Extension Service in 1970 and later served the University of Georgia Cooperative Extension Service in numerous capacities. And whereas he was elected to the Georgia House of Representatives in 2004, where he faithfully served 8 terms and held significant positions, including chairman of the House Insurance Committee and House Rules Committee. And whereas Representative Smith further demonstrated his commitment to public service by holding roles such as interim city manager for Columbus Consolidated Government, Columbus City Councilor, and as a founding board member of the Chattahoochee Valley Community Foundation. And whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that this remarkable and distinguished Georgian be recognized appropriately by dedicating an interchange in his memory. Now therefore be it resolved and enacted by the General Assembly of Georgia that the interchange of Interstate 185 at US 27 Manchester Expressway in Muskogee County is dedicated as the Honorable Richard H. Smith Memorial Interchange. And with that, Mr. President, for honoring my friend, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption resolution, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. Resolution having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore adopted. Recognize the senator from the 51st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we remove House Resolution 1215 from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Resolution 1215, a resolution by Representative Jaspers of the 11th and others. A resolution honoring the life of the Honorable David E. Ralston and dedicating an interstate connector and bridge in his memory and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this resolution do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal of the 27th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 51st.
Thank you, Mr. President. H.R. 1215 is a road naming bill for the late Representative David Ralston, former Speaker. He was a member of this body for many years. He ran for Attorney General. He was a House Speaker for second most longest serving Speaker in Georgia history. Grew up in North Georgia, lived in Gilmer County and Fannin County, went to school at Young Harris College and then North Georgia College, and then he later went on to get a law degree at the University of Georgia. This resolution simply names a bridge and a road after his honor in Fannin and Gilmer County. I'd be happy if you guys would pass this bill and have a unanimous vote on it. Thank you very much.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection? Previous question being ordered. Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agree to the report of committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of resolution. All those in favor of the resolution vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine.
McLaurin, will you please vote me yes? Will you please vote me yes? Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It's 127.
On the resolution, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1. This resolution have received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. So we have a supplemental local consent calendar. Secretary, are there any objections to the local consent calendar?
No objections have been filed.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the Committee on State and Local Governmental Affairs, which is favorable to the passage of the bills on local consent calendar? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. The question is on the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill on the local consent calendar, having received the constitutional majority, is therefore passed. I recognize the senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the Senate adhere to its substitute to House Bill 126 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 126, a bill by Representative Smith of the 18th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 6 of Title 5 of the OCGA relating to appellate practice, so as to change a provision relating to judgments deemed directly appealable and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Without objection, I appoint the senator from the 17th, the senator from the 18th, and the senator from the 14th. Oh, wait. Tell you what was it? Gave him the Golden Elephant Award earlier this year. Now we got him on conference committees. I tell you what. All right, we're going to stand at ease just for a few minutes so that so the Secretary of Senate's office can get everything in order for the final stretch here. So, yeah, so stand at ease. We'll come back, reconvene here in about 15 minutes. All right, Senate, come back to order. Senate will come back to order. Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute on House Bill 581.
Secretary, read the caption.
This is property tax.
House Bill 581, a bill by Representative Blackman of the 146 and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 28541.1 of the OCGA relating to economic analysis of certain tax benefits of law or proposed law and analysis on performance and outcomes of Code Section 33125 so as to revise the deadlines and further purposes. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hofstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. The House offers the following amendment to amend the Senate substitute to House Bill 581 by replacing lines 2 through 10 with the following: taxation, so as to provide requirements for ad valorem property tax bills, to provide for definitions, to provide for minimum mandatory reappraisal of parcels and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
That objection, recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the final piece and the negotiated agreement with the House on the property tax bill that would cap our property taxes. As written, it will be the largest property tax overall cut in history. The appeals cleanup language we had in the bill is still there, taking off the estimated dollar amount, which was always wrong, is still there. As we talked about before, they wanted an opt-in, we wanted a mandatory, and we agreed on an opt-out provision. That's still in there. The 3% cap that I had proposed, some people in this chamber wanted a CPI, some of us wanted a 3%. The final bill has a CPI in it, so it cannot rise any higher than the CPI. The additional item in there is an item from another bill that we had looked at in finance that authorizes an additional penny of local option sales tax. With this penny, the state maximum doesn't change at all, but it will authorize them to have an additional penny that can be used for one thing and one thing only, and that's property tax relief. The initial calculations from this show, now I'm not talking about the school tax, just the city and the county taxes, but they show that if this bill passes, 63% of the cities will no longer have a property tax. This would eliminate it. 12 of the counties would have their property taxes eliminated. One of my counties I looked at, Bartow County, collects $52 million in property taxes. This would bring in $36 million, so it wouldn't completely eliminate the millage rate in their county, but it would eliminate 70% of it. This is a tremendous bill. It also requires a 5-year renewal. We think we've got some pretty good caveats in there, and one of them is that if you opt out, you're not eligible for this penny tax. So we think we've got some pretty good caveats in there, but at the same time, we'll have an opportunity to look back at it in 5 years from now if there's something mischief on anybody's part. Again, this is what we've agreed to, and I will certainly be glad to answer any questions, and if not, I'll yield the well and encourage your support of this tremendous piece of tax legislation to relieve taxpayers in the short term and over the cap in the long term, keep their taxes down.
Yeah, you have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge everyone's favorable vote on this bill. I think we passed this one out 52 or so to 0 last time. Thank you.
Senator from the 33rd, you have your light on. Senator from 33rd. Senator waves. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute on HB 581. All those in favor will signify by saying voting the A switch. All those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the amendment, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0, and this amendment has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute to HB 1090.
The Rules Chairman has moved that the Senate insists on its motion to House Bill 1090. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1090, a bill by Representative Newton of the 127th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to the imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to income taxes so as to expand the tax credit for contributions to foster child support organizations and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Have objection. I recognize the senator from the 28th. Speak to the motion.
Colleagues, I'm not even going to waste your time telling you what the House did to me. I insist.
Did you say you insisted? Okay. All right. Senator, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we need you to disagree to this. Need to disagree to this. You can do it with the same passion, though, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Mr. President, I retract my last statement. But I will move to disagree to House Amendment of the Senate substitute to 1090.
All right. Is there objection? Without objection, all those in favor of the senator disagreeing will vote yea. Actually, we don't even need to vote on this one. We're gonna send it back without any vote on it. That's how confident I am we're gonna have a unanimous vote on this. Recognize the senator from the 45th for special action.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 395.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 395, a bill by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 16 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to student health in elementary and secondary education, so as to authorize the possession of opioid antagonists in schools, to provide a term, and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 395, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 16, 20, 26, and 31 of the OCGA relating to crimes and offenses, education, food, drugs, and cosmetics, and health, respectively, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Grateful to bring SB 395 back before this body. This bill is named Wesley's Law. The original portion that was passed out of this body makes Narcan or naloxone more readily available in K through 12 grades. Currently, right now, only school nurses can possess and administer Narcan. This would open it up to where teachers, visitors, and administrators could possess and administer Narcan. There were two additions from the House which strengthened this bill quite a bit. The first one was from HB 1035, which was a request from Emory University to apply to all colleges in the state and create a program where they would have Narcan vending machines where you could purchase Narcan on college campuses. And then the third part of this bill, or the second part that was added from the House, was from 1170, HB 1170, which would place Narcan in government buildings and in courthouses. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You have no questions, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Senators move that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 395. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the agree to the House substitute on SB 395, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0, and this motion prevails. Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to HB 1046.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1046, a bill by Representative Clark of the 100th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 161372, Code Section 3162, and Article 7 of Chapter 7 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to the sale, distribution, or possession of dangerous drugs and for the purposes. The House offers the following amendment to amend the Senate substitute to House Bill 1046 by inserting before to provide for related matters on line 7 the following. To amend Chapter 2A of Title 31 of Chapter 16 of Title 40 and Chapter 16 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to the Department of Public Health and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, I bring HB 1046 back before this body. The rural Georgia, and then it also helps depending on what type of medicine they practice, but they could have any number of the APRNs or PAs. They could be flexible there, but capped at 8. The new portion that was added from the House, it creates a commission on maternal and infant health in an effort to place policymakers at the table with parental experts for solutions on maternal and infant health issues in the state of Georgia. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize senator from the 19th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Senator, there's a lot of new information, it looks like, in this bill, or a lot of new legislation that would appoint a commission. I just want you to know I do support the bill you originally had. My no vote is not to that at all. It's only to the new portion, and understanding these 14 members, the per diems bother me just a little bit, and I want to make that clear and on the record.
No, thank you very much. And it also, in that new portion, it has some of the governor's language to repeal 2 older commissions in an effort to limit growing government. Thank you.
Recognize senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was Senator Yield?
I do.
So it looks like they gutted and replaced everything that you had in here. What happened to the other important measures that we passed earlier? Are they in another bill, or are those just gone, or?
No, they're still in this legislation.
Can you point? I don't see it. I mean, it's all about a commission, and that's pretty much it. I don't see anything about the ratio of physician supervising the APRNs going to 8 or anything to do with all that you had previously.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do. I guess I do.
I have a 4-page bill in front of me.
Yeah. What's that? It's a good bill. I'll yield to well.
Thank you.
All right. Senator has yielded. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Question is on the senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House Bill 1046, the amendment to the Senate substitute. Senator from the 6th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your parliamentary question.
Just to be clear, what we are voting on is AM 550057.
Senator, you are correct.
Thank you.
You're voting to agree to the language that your senator put forward. Senator from the 25th, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that we've worked on this bill a long time, and this is just the amendment? The original language is still in the bill. I need everybody to vote yes. This is just the amendment.
Chairman knows what he speaks. Senator from the 45th, what purpose do you rise?
Yes, that is correct. The addition here is just referring to the amendment. The original language is in there. Sorry, that caught me off guard. But it is still in the bill. They were incorrect.
All right. Thank you for the clarification, Senator. All those who agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute on HB 1046 will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage, the yeas are 47, the nays are 7. This amendment to the substitution has passed. Recognize the senator from the 19th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference report on the state's FY25 budget, House Bill 916.
Secretary, read the caption.
Committee of Conference report on House Bill 916 by Senator Tillery of the 19th and others. Conference Committee substitute, a bill to be on an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025 and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring to you the main event. House Bill 916, the Conference Committee report on the state's FY 2025 budget. Many numbers in the state's budget or the conference committee report remain unchanged from those you saw from your Senate version. The state's budget still contains $36 billion, roughly, in general funds, although I'll talk about later an amendment in lottery revenues that we saw at the end. The conference committee report on this year's state budget includes the Senate additions for the GAP program. The Senate was able to hold and insist on its position for our CAPS program, while not funding at the 75% market rate is above the federal requirements of 55%. The Senate's position held in addressing provider rates for OT-PT, dental, OBGYN, and independent pharmacist funding in Medicaid budget. We had to adjust those funds slightly to be able to come in line with something that the governor asked us to do, and so they're not right at the Medicare rates. They're at about 85% of the Medicare rates in final. The Senate's position held on pupil transportation, although we trimmed it slightly. The Senate's position held on pre-K funding, well, the additional pre-K funding that I'll talk about later on. In literacy, the Senate's position mostly held. You know, literacy has been a focus of this chamber. It's been a focus of the senator from the 4th and many others. The Senate insisted on its position that we focus on regional coaches, local coaches, English as a second language literacy training, and that there be a focus on the bottom 25% so we can see the highest return possible for literacy for our children. We want it to be the bottom 25% of schools in each RESA to make sure that we don't accidentally leave out Southwest, Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast Georgias as we focus on our metro areas. One thing I'd like to mention is we are eager to see DOE take the lead in this. We're going to continue to work with our RESAs as they do. While you're looking through your budget, I don't want you to lose sights or set your sights and miss the safety grants that we were able to include at $108 million, $5 million above the governor's original inclusion. Please also see the Senate's position held on our emphasis on combating gang violence, both inside and outside the walls of the Department of Correction. The Senate's position also held with our investments in GBI and included a program to encourage GBI to work with our local law enforcement agencies, realizing that GBI can't do it by themselves, but our local law enforcement can't do it by themselves either, and we need to have some tactical training between the two and share information. This budget includes more additional funding in mental health, including funding at the Gateway Center. Because of the work of the senator from the 1st, you'll see our investment doubles down on trauma care. You'll see that our investment also doubles down on our Sexual Offender Review Board, where we heard that there would be a 7-year backlog to determine cases. We tried to cut that in half. The mantra of our budget of late has been get her done, and we hope we're able to get it done on the Sexual Offender Review Board and move forward on our trauma care investments. The conference committee report includes $1,085,000 for sickle cell management, thanks to the senator from the 15th. And you will see a $6 million investment for our independent pharmacists so we can provide them with a $3 dispensing fee for from our state health benefit plan dispensaries. On judicial pay, we had a 2-tier route. We have some judges that are solely state funded. We have some judges that are state funded and local funded. We do care about our judiciary, and we wanted to make sure that we're investing to make sure we keep the best and brightest there. For our state funded positions, we were able to fund their increase. For our state and local funded increases, we were able to pause the state funding increase while still keeping the 4% COLA, as we await passage of a bill that would make sure we don't inadvertently pay our state and local funded judges approximately or up to $300,000. At GFA, we made a $250 million investment in the amended budget. This year's budget, the FY25, we changed language expecting a House Resolution 502 House Bill 502 that's already passed. We were able to hold the budget till the end. As soon as that bill passed, we changed language in GFA to make sure that the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority can also now invest in the natural gas lines of our state. We know this is critical for Southeast and Southwest Georgia, and it's something we have to do. The Senate's position held on our PSERS funding to make sure that those who've worked driving buses and working in the cafeterias of our schools see a meager increase, very meager increase. It's been championed by the Senator from the 20th. But you need to know that meager increase of only 50 cents per year served a month costs us almost $6 million. The senator on the coast, senators from the 1st and the 2nd, encouraged us to make sure we were investing in Georgia's first city. So you'll see funding included for the Metro CAT, the Chatham Area Transit, and also the Tybee Beach restoration, because we know that we are causing the problem with a deeper channel to get into the harbor at Savannah. We weren't able to add everywhere. We had to give some things up, and I don't think it's a secret in this building, I really like airplanes. I really like airport aid. But to cover everything that we had to do, that had to fold in this year's budget. We had to take the $3 million-ish we had added, fold that in, and go back to roughly $26 million in base funding. We also had to slightly walk back our number on defeasance, the debt we're going to pay early to make sure we can retire bonds where the bond rate is higher than what we're making in the bank. We also had to make a change at USG. You may remember that the Senate took and pulled SFI special funding initiatives that were no longer being completed, and some from our teaching formula for items that were no longer completed in SFIs that then moved over to the teaching formula, and funded roughly $17 million in TRS and FICA that was missed in the original budget for COLAs. Through discussions with the chancellor, we were able to take those monies back, move those SFIs and teaching items back into the budget for the conference committee, with assurances through the governor's office and the chancellor's office that we will be able to return those funds for FICA and COLA in the FY25A budget. It is not uncommon for us to mention things now that we will fund in the FY25 amended. The governor's office expressed to us a concern about base level spending. You've heard about record high inflation. It's a bingo card item. You've seen that while things are still strong in Georgia, they're not remaining strong on a world scale, and that they're getting weaker on a national scale. The governor's office asked us, under the consideration of those items that are going on in the world and going on nationally, that we truly look at this year's budget and make sure that we were holding as much as possible to keep one-time spends being one-time spends, and that new monies try to remain at least 25% in one-time spends in case we do see a fall off in FY26, that can be quickly addressed while impacting the 11 million people we serve in the least possible way. What that means is you will see new capital items in this budget that you previously did not see before, keeping in the one-time spend mindset. You will see that we funded renovations at Fort Valley State University in Peach County, that we funded the Research Center at Georgia State, that we funded the Interdisciplinary STEM Center at Marietta, that we funded Technology Squares additions and future FF&E at Georgia Tech, that we funded modernization at UGA of Phase 2 of Science and Ag Hill, that we funded construction and renovation at the Billy C. Black Building at Albany State, the Nursing Center in Glenn County at College of Coastal Georgia, Hardy Hall renovations in Milledgeville, the Patford Building in Carroll County, I heard it. Ag Hill again in Athens, while we also invested in libraries in Augusta, libraries in North Georgia and Dawson County, and libraries through and through across our state. The senator from the 36th for years has championed something at Metro Atlanta. And we were able to include funding for that in this year's budget as well, thanks to her diligent work time and time again. Last but not least, there was a surprise at the table, as there sometimes is. Yesterday afternoon around 5 o'clock, due to the incredible success we've seen in the lottery, the governor brought a renewed lottery estimate, raising the lottery revenue estimate by $48 million. The conference committee report took those monies and poured those into our pre-K program to reduce class size from 22 to 20, to invest in transportation for pre-K classes, and to invest in pre-K overall, realizing that that too may have a very large impact in the future economy of our state, and making sure that our students are reading more than 29% on grade level when they hit third grade. Members of the Senate, as I stand up here, I have an awesome view. I get to look at each one of you, and I think of you as individuals, but because of the job you've given me, I also think of you as projects. I see your letters. And there's not a single one of you who I can't look at and see how you've affected your constituents in this year's budget. And to that, I tell you thank you. The staff from our Senate Budget Office is incredible. They're standing here at the wall. I think we owe them another round of applause. And because of the help of our friends across the hall, Chairman Hatchett, Speaker Burns, Christine Murdoch, and others at the Senate Budget or the House Budget Office, we poured our time and sweat into this one. It's been a rough year, you know that. And we would not have been able to do it without the help of Chairman Hatchett and our colleagues across the hall. Last but certainly not least, I want to say thank you to Lauren Curry and Director Rick Dunn and Governor Kemp. As we worked through this budget this year, they remained communicative at all times. The answers were not always what we wanted to hear. But even in those times, they were fair, we were heard, and they allowed us to effectively advocate for your positions, whether those positions were for additions or subtractions, as you work to effectively represent the people of your district as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to chair this year's Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to be on the conference committee for the FY25 budget. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the chairman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you very much for your hard work on this year's budget, and thank you very much to our excellent Senate budget staff. We are all grateful to you, and the education that you did along the way for me was very helpful, and I know for all of us. So just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. I received a lot of phone calls. Folks were worried that, and I'm looking at lines 1954 through 1957. There were a lot of my constituents that were concerned that we had like a separate line item of $5 million in 1956, provide funds for safety training for teachers and the ability of local school systems to develop school safety plans. It looks to me like that money's been moved into line 1955. Could you please explain what the $5 million is and the changes that we're seeing right now?
Sure. The $5 million, it honestly was just on line 1956 to show the Senate's strong commitment and the commitment of others in this room to school safety. Make sure we double down, understanding that if we're going to require children to go to public schools, that we're going to make sure they're safe. So any phone calls you got, I think we'd say that they were miscited, they missed the mark, they were off target.
Will you further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of targets, folks were very worried that somehow it could be bonuses for arming teachers. Is that the case?
No, ma'am. It looks like line says provide funds to establish school safety grants for safety infrastructure and post-certified personnel. So unless those teachers were post-certified personnel, I don't know how they could have gotten that line, that confusion.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 17th.
Mr. Chairman, yield.
Yes, sir.
To my seatmate, isn't it true that last year you gave me a card with something to ask you, and I'm looking for my card. I can't find my question I'm supposed to ask you this year, and so I'm stuck just making something up, and I just want to say I know how hard you've worked on this budget, and I just appreciate your hard work this year. That's all I've got this time, apparently.
Well, thank you so much, Senator from the 17th. I'm actually really proud you did that. I'm also really impressed that you waited till the conference committee report to do that. Most people would not have done that when the Senate phase, knowing that conference committee was coming. And, you know, there's horses in the barn somewhere, so we want to make sure that we would always keep them there.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well. Urge your favorable consideration of the conference committee report to House Bill 916, the state's FY25 budget.
Senator is yielded. Good job, Senator. Good job. All right. The question is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Recognize the senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. We have one constitutional obligation here. We must pass a budget. And I've helped pass many budgets and supplemental budgets. And I've worked hard to help these budgets more closely resemble the shared values of Georgians. I commend the chairman from the 19th, who does a fantastic job managing the difficult budget process and shines a light on many of the important issues facing our state. We will end the night without adequately, though, funding our public schools or easing the gap left by all the money we took out for vouchers. And of course, we will end tonight without closing the coverage gap by passing House Bill 1077, which would have allowed our state to cover so many people after the expiration of Governor Kemp's Pathways program. That especially hurts considering how many lost Medicaid, how many have lost Medicaid recently. And that one was free. And I stand opposed to any so-called safety training for teachers that would incentivize our teachers to carry guns in our schools. This is simply not the answer to the modern plague of school shootings. Introducing more guns into our classrooms will not solve our problems. I also commend the conference committee for increasing pre-K funding by $100 million. 30 years ago, then Governor Zell Miller promised to fully fund pre-K. Tonight, we got so close to making that promise a reality. We should all be proud of helping Georgia keep that promise. For most of my 26 years in the Senate, Democrats have pushed for that funding. Tonight, my friends in the majority listened. It is amazing that amidst the surging prices of child care, with people devoting 50% or more of their household budget to child care, that we cannot do more to fund child care in this state. This year, I supported the Lieutenant Governor's study of providing more affordable child care in Georgia. Here's one solution we do not need to study. Spend more money on providing child care for 3-year-olds and under. But at the same time, I've said all those things, and I know that you're listening. I will vote for this budget tonight. I don't think I've ever not voted for a budget because there's always been so much good, and that's why we're here, to do good for this state. I will vote for this budget because pre-K matters. It matters that much because it increases school bus transportation funding and it raises pay for teachers and state employees. But we still, you all still, have a long way to go. I urge my colleagues to continue moving in the right direction. And as I was thinking about my colleagues, I'll probably, no matter if I'm here or not, still be calling you my colleagues as I talk to you when I'm retired. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleagues listening to my comments, and I urge you to vote for the budget. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Question is on the adoption of the conference committee report on HB 916. All those in favor of adopting the conference committee report will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 54, the nays are 1. The motion has prevailed and the Senate has adopted the conference committee report on HB 916. Senator from the 14th, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, why don't we just adjourn sine die? Motion.
You know, Senator, I much as I'd like to take that motion up, I'd hate to disappoint so many of your former colleagues over there across the hall because we've pretty much gotten everything we wanted done, but there's a lot of them here in our chamber right now, as you can probably see, that obviously I don't think they're over here checking on our well-being, to be honest with you, Senator. So, but I appreciate the thought. Appreciate the thought. Recognize the Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 505.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 505, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to regulation and construction of hospitals and other healthcare facilities, so as to revise provisions relating to required publication by hospital of certain financial documents and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 505, we presented it early in session, and it says, we passed a bill about 2 or 3 years ago that said you had to disclose certain things on a hospital website if you were a nonprofit hospital. Those things include the salary of your top 5 non-doctor employees, you know, what you're doing with your real estate, things like that, to prove you're truly a nonprofit. Some hospitals were better than others at posting that, and part of that could have been our fault. We didn't really provide a form or a template to show what should be reported and how. So this bill takes and does that. It also says that if you do not report such things, you run the risk of losing all your state funding, including your Medicaid funding, just to prove how important we believe this is. Mr. President, I urge your favorable consideration of the body for House Bill 505 as amended by the House. And if there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
There are no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hearing none. The senator from the 19th has moved that the Senate agree to Senate Bill 505 to the House substitute. All those in favor of his motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 51, the nays are 2, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize senator from the 56.
Mr. President, I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 328.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 328, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the OCGA relating to retirement and pensions, so as to revise many provisions of the Peace Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 328 is the update to the POAB. That's the Police Officer Annuity Benefit Fund. It is a pension system for police officers, funded by police officers. There is no state funding whatsoever. You already passed this bill nearly unanimously, where it increased their own dues that they pay in, as well as their death benefit. And it changed in the House their buyback period, which was going to be 7 years, back to 5 years. Great plan. It's why we back the blue and we unabashedly support our law enforcement in Georgia. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hearing none. Senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 328. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 27th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to House Bill 516.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 516, a bill by Representative McCollum of the 30th and others, a bill to be a town and act to amend Article 4 of Chapter 2 of Title 32 of the OCGA relating to exercise of the power to contract by the Department of Transportation and for other purposes. The House offers the following amendment to amend the Senate substitute to House Bill 516 by replacing lines 21 through 23 with the following: regulatory authority of the Department of Agriculture and Revenue and Taxation to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and further, and by deleting lines 220 through 228. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we just passed House Bill 516 a couple days ago. You'll probably remember it mostly from its amendment that resulted in a good bit of debate. And that was an amendment, I believe, from the senator from the 13th that stated that a municipality had to have 5 miles of their land within 5 miles of a highway within their jurisdiction to run radar on that. The House has removed that section of the bill and left the rest of the bill intact. The rest of the bill included quick start projects for GDOT, raising the money threshold, but as a reminder, that still requires a full bid process with a minimum of 3 bids and the award going to the lowest bidder. It had some language in there in Section 2 about our P3 projects. Section 3, I told you about last time, included a carve-out for Union County, and that is the extent of this bill, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, if there are none, I'll yield the well.
You do have one question, Senator. Senator from the 30th.
It's not a question. It's a.
I believe he's going to ask for unanimous consent, Mr. President.
But then you have no questions, Senator.
Yield the well.
Senator from the 30th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be excused from voting on House Bill 516 pursuant to Senate Rule 5-1.8D.
Tell you what, Senator, you get excused for more votes than anybody I've ever seen. All right. If there's no objection, all those in favor of agreeing to the House amendment to the Senate bill or Senate substitute on House Bill 516, all those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Recognize the senator from the 54th. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me call the vote. On that motion to agree, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 3, and that motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to this House substitute on Senate Bill 169.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 169, a bill to be signed act to amend Code Section 22754 of the OCGA relating to procedures to be followed by disciplinary officer, panel, or tribunal in public schools and review so as to provide for limits on the extension of hearing dates and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, this bill we passed by overwhelming margin in this body. It's dealing with tribunals for juveniles, and as I told you before, those kids as a juvenile probation officer oftentimes will be left out hanging, and they're also suspended from school waiting on tribunals, and so we made sure we have their education is going to continue while they're at home waiting for those tribunals. The House took that language and they strengthened it up and just tightened the nuts and bolts on it, but it made it better. So I just said we agree, and let's move on and keep a good bill going. Mr. President, no question, I will yield the will.
No question, Senator.
Thank you.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hearing none. Senators move that Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 169. All those in favor vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 23rd for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House amendment as a Senate substitute to House Bill 228.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following amendment to amend House Bill 228 by replacing lines 3 through 8 with the following. Private colleges and universities to provide for related matters to provide for. By replacing lines 20 through 47 with revising Division 2BI as follows. By replacing lines 82 through 86 and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a tuition equalization grant bill. We had two of those last year. I had a bill, Senate Bill 137, and then there was a House Bill 228. Had strong bipartisan support. What this bill does is it takes the portion of 137, which adjusts the tuition equalization eligibility for Georgia-based proprietary schools, and the original 228 language that adds high-performing nursing schools to TEG. It eliminates a couple of sections, it simplifies it, it focuses it on proprietary schools and nursing schools that are high performing. I urge your favorable consideration. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator. Would any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. The senators move that the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute on House Bill 228. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 44, the nays are 7, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 28th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 198.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 198, a bill to be titled Act to amend Code Section 3364-9.1 of the OCGA relating to reimbursement methodologies utilized by pharmacy benefits managers and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has stripped this bill and actually done something good. We're going to help out our independent pharmacies by raising their average reimbursement, and we're still giving the health department the discretion to determine what constitutes an independent pharmacy and a chain retail pharmacy. I'll yield for questions.
You do have one question. Recognize senators from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator, I'm just trying to buy time so we can read it and get it passed out.
That's not a question.
Can you tell me what lines 8 through 27 do?
I just told you.
Will the senator further yield?
I yield.
Can you tell me what lines 8 through 27 would accomplish?
It will do what I just said it would do. Raise the reimbursement rate for independent pharmacies. Still giving the health department discretion.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I yield.
As I read this, it looks like to me this is providing parity so that the state health benefit plan would pay independent pharmacies the same as they pay these corporate multi-state.
You're exactly
pharmacies.
right.
So this is a good parity bill.
We're going to help our independent pharmacies, small businesses around this state.
Recognize the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that I represent a number of independent pharmacies in my district?
You tell me.
Is it not true that independent pharmacies play a vital role in rural towns and independent pharmacies across the country are having to close, and that this bill is a step in the right direction to level the playing field and to help them survive?
As I stated earlier, independent pharmacies are our small businesses, which is, in my mind, are the heartbeat of America.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, Senator, do you yield?
I yield.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand this.
It's 27 lines. It ain't too hard.
Well, you know, if I had gotten it sooner, I probably could have read it, and we'd be doing fine.
You have to take that up with the House, Mr. President.
I'm not blaming you for it, but don't blame me because I didn't have time to read it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. In
Senator,
question. Let's go.
Net, does this help independent pharmacies?
This helps independent pharmacies.
And what is your assessment of what it does to PBMs or for PBMs? Does it do anything with regard to them and their business model?
I have looked at this from the eyes of the small business, and I have not looked at what it does to PBMs. I'm concerned about small businesses.
Are there any, and I'm not, well, strike that. Are there any other business interests you think that are implicated or intimately involved if we pass this bill, other than pharmacies, small pharmacies?
None of them matter to me, Mr. President.
Okay.
A small independent pharmacy is what matters to me.
I understand.
The heartbeat of America.
I understand. You've said that. Next, you're going to tell us they're the backbone of America, and I understand that.
Is that in the form of a question?
My question is, are there other business interests that are helped or harmed by this, in your opinion? I'm just trying to gauge what you think the impact of this bill would be. That's all.
There is speculation out there that PBMs could be harmed because now there would be parity by the heartbeat of America, and they don't like parity.
All right. But this
That's
helps our independent
speculation.
pharmacies.
I
This
have
helps our
not
pharmacies, though.
speculated that myself.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that on lines 11 through 13, it's narrowly tailoring this to the state health benefit plan and what the state health benefit plan would pay to independent pharmacies would be the same that they would pay to CVS or Walgreens, and CVS is owned or has a PBM that they own, is my understanding.
That is accurate.
So it seems like this would eliminate some self-dealing, possibly, that is unfair to our local independent pharmacies.
As you so eloquently stated earlier, this is about parity.
Thank you.
Parity for the little guy.
You have no further questions, Senator.
You sure?
I'm pretty positive.
I urge your favorable support for SB 198.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The senator from the 28th has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Bill 198. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 1. This motion has prevailed. Recognize senator from the 29th for motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate
agree to the House substitute to SB 37 as amended by amendment number 1.
The senator has moved. Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 37, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 16 of Title 15, Code Section 46.6, and Article 1 of Chapter 4 of Title 42 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding sheriffs, authorized emergency vehicles, and pursuit of fleeing suspects and for other purposes. Senator Robertson of the 29th and others offer the following amendment to amend the House substitute to Senate Bill 37 by inserting Chapter 5 of Title 35 between 15 and Code on line 1, by inserting the Georgia Public Safety Training Center between sheriffs and authorized on line 3 and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize a senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of those bills that when we voted it out and it got across to the House, they made some adjustments in the Public Safety Committee over there. Some of the adjustments were good. We were able to correct a couple of things on there. What this bill does is it allows the sheriff to additional 2 more courts that they are responsible for, offers funding there. Jailers who have been certified by the Georgia Peace Officers Training and Training Council and who have successfully completed all their training are authorized to arrest and detain individuals who turn themselves in within the guard line of the institution in which they're assigned. With the President's blessings, I'll speak to the First Amendment. Something that was left out that we're adding back in. I want to thank the Public Safety Chairman here in the Senate, Senator from the 56th. We were able to put back in there the gypstick law enforcement officers who may be requested by other law enforcement agencies within the state to come in and assist. And these are post-certified law enforcement officers and what we would call force multipliers. One thing that was added to the bill in the House with good intentions was to regulate officers running flashing lights in counties outside of their jurisdiction. One thing that was forgotten is many of our law enforcement agencies around the state are contracted with DOT and with utility companies that move up and down the highways laying fiber optics and other parts of our critical infrastructure system. And during this process, they must use their flashing lights in order to keep traffic moving. Therefore, the amendment strikes Section 2 related to the blue lights. And with that, Mr. President, I'll answer any questions.
Senator,
Thank you, sir. I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. The senator has agreed to the House substitute as amended on SB 37. All those in favor of this motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 3, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 3rd. Recognize Senator from the 13th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute on Senate Resolution 82.
Senators move that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SR 82 as amended. Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Resolution 82, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for a reduction in the rate of the ad valorem tax assessment of certain timber at sale or harvest and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 19th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'm going to move that the Senate agree to the House substitute SR 82 as amended by Amendment 1.
That takes precedent. Secretary, read the amendment.
Senator Tillery of the 19th and others offer the following Amendment 1 to amend the House substitute to Senate Resolution 82 by replacing 2034 with 2030 on line 20, by replacing $100,000 with $25,000 on line 27, by inserting after year on line 28 the following: for timber harvested from bona fide conservation use property as provided for in subparagraph E1 of this paragraph. Additionally, Senator Dolezal, the 27th, and others offered the following Amendment 1A to amend the House substitute to Senate Resolution 82 by deleting replacing 2034 with 2030 on line 20 by on lines 1 through 3 and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 19th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Resolution 82 has an interesting history. It started out as a resolution by the senator from the 13th so that tax commissioners could waive fees that were charged in delinquency at ad valorem tax sales. Really good piece of legislation. I was happy to support it the first time. It's come back from the House as a timber tax credit in some shape, form, or fashion. When someone's timber's cut, you pay severance tax, and that severance tax goes to local communities, local community schools. The provision here would say that they would provide some type of an exemption on the first $100,000 in total ad valorem taxes assessed, and it appears to be each county. We tried to do some math on that. Again, please bear with me with the math, but it looks like that would mean you'd have to cut $8 million of timber in each county that you then didn't have to pay the severance tax or pay the higher severance tax on. That seems like it's an awful lot. I would love to help our timber folks, but I do think when you're talking about $8 million of cutting in each county, that's a little bit high. So what we tried to do is place the normal sunset that you see on timber, on other tax credits, and set so Amendment 1 does that, moves this from being a 10-year tax credit to being a 5-year tax credit, and it replaces the $100,000 exemption, or the $100,000 exemption, with a $25,000 exemption. The thought is that takes it from what we think right now is $8 million, again doing calculations at 11:30 at night, down to your first $2 million in timber would have this preferred rate, and then you'd pay normal rates afterwards. It also says that timber in a CUVA, your timber would have to be in a CUVA to receive this preferred rate. The senator from the 27th offered amendment, what looks like it's Amendment 2, but if you read the top, it actually was meant to be Amendment 1A. And what Amendment 1A does is it takes that 5 years, it spans it back to 10 years, and then steps down the state's portion of payment back to communities over time. See, this legislation does one different thing. I've only know one other place in code we do this. We also do it for forestry there, the FLIPA program. If this exemption is applied in the state constitution, the state will then be required to reimburse the counties the amount of savings received. And that just seems like a dangerous precedent. So although right now at the numbers that we've talked about, it seems like GFA said those are around $11 million. If you were to cut it down to my $25,000, then it looks like it might be, 1/4 of that. So somewhere around $3 million. But still, we know that number would grow over time. And I don't know that it's the right precedent to set for the state to reimburse local governments for taxes that were originally owed to local governments. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to present the amendments. 1A is supported by the senator from the 27th. I'm sure he'll talk about it. 1, you see what mine does, says first $2 million fine, but $8 million seems a little excess, and then applies the regular 5-year cap we normally do to tax credits in the Senate. I yield for questions.
Recognize the senator from the 26th for a question.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm a little old country boy, but are you saying that you will deal with these rates? Are you saying that the depreciation, once the timber is harvested, these will be the appreciation rate for over the period of years?
No, sir, it's not the appreciation rate. So the timber's cut, you carry it to the mill, and you pay a timber severance tax is what it's called afterwards. What the original bill does, or the bill is sent from the House, it exempts the first $100,000 in each county that you would pay in severance tax. My amendment takes it back to the first $25,000 you would pay. And then the amendment 1A, which I'm sure the senator from the 27th will talk about, has to do with the state paying back this amount. So if the way the amendment is structured right now, no county loses. The state pays the loss instead back to each county. And the thought is that seems like it would be a dangerous precedent for the state to then subject general fund revenues to reimbursing counties because of a tax that was now taken away.
Recognize the senator from the 53rd for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
So what you're suggesting, if I'm correct, is this resolution just picks winners and losers, and if you've got a CUVA, you'll be a winner because you got some big timber, but if you're one of millions of hardworking Georgians paying taxes, you'll be a loser. Am I correct in saying that?
Well, I think it's actually the reverse, Senator, because if you have a CUVA, you usually are a small family farm or an independently owned property. The lands that cannot go in CUVA are corporate lands. So corporate lands would not win under this one, whereas individual lands would have the potential to win.
Well, Senator, further yield.
Yes, sir.
But if I'm one of millions of hardworking taxpayer money, I'm going to have to subsidize this industry to the local governments.
Then you would be against the amendment as a whole, and I understand that thought, or against the 26 as a whole, or 82 as a whole, and I understand that position. I was trying to make something a little bit better. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
You have no more questions, Senator. Recognize the senator from 56 to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I applaud the senator from 19th for trying to make this bill less bad, but it's still a very bad bill. What we are setting up in place is for the future that we as a legislative body are going to allow everybody else's tax dollars to go supplant what should have been local property taxes to pay for county governments, cities, and schools. It's another thing to what end, as we talked about earlier. This is such a dangerous precedent. When it was presented to committee, I said, well, give me the information from these counties of why they're not doing it themselves. I never got a list. I've been here for 14 years, and I've never had someone say the timber industry is in dire straits and it is not going to survive if they don't get some type of a tax break. It just doesn't make sense to me. I appreciate the author. I appreciate the people who brought it forward. But if we do this one time, we will be back here next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, for whatever is the next perceived crisis to help somebody else out by, again, having everybody else pay the freight for somebody locally. So, again, I applaud the Senator from the 19th bringing forward, but I hope we vote this bill down. Thank you. I yield the well.
Recognize the Senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I want to underscore what the senator from the 56th just mentioned. My amendment is an attempt to make this bill less bad. I want to make sure that everybody in the room understands what the bill does. I think there's still some confusion from talking to some of my neighbors. Timber is the only crop that is taxed at harvest. That's a problem. But it's not our tax. It's a local tax. The local municipalities are levying this tax on the timber farm, the landowners. What this bill attempts to do is to preempt them from levying that tax, which I think is a good thing. What the bill further does is says we're going to change the state constitution so that from now and forevermore, the state will pay to the municipalities the monies that they forego because of us changing this tax. I agree that the tax should go away. I do not agree that we should change the state constitution to require from today and until the Constitution changes again that the state funds from your district and my district will go to subsidize these local municipalities because of this tax that we're cutting. What my amendment does is an attempt to make it less bad by weaning the locals off of the money. If we pass this bill as it is, the Constitution of Georgia, if the voters change it, will be changed so that every single year the state is paying to subsidize the local municipalities. This weans them off of that over 10 years' time. So this is an option to make this bill less bad, but I would actually ask my colleagues to think whether or not we should be changing the state constitution to send money from every district around the state to local municipalities who are foregoing this tax. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from the 8th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be excused from voting on Senate Resolution 82 pursuant to Senate Rules 5-1.8.
Senator, objection is excused. Recognize the Senator from the 19th.
Mr. President, due to the comments that were made after my amendment, it sounds like the bill is probably going in a wrong direction for passage. So I would withdraw my amendment so that there is no confusion about the passage of this overall bill. Allow the senator from the 13th's motion to agree to proceed, and then folks can be very clear as whether they're voting up or down to the bill.
Senator from the 26th, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, this old city boy getting in the fray of rural Georgia. But I got a problem with paying the bill for the folks who getting the money and taking my money because I don't have timber farms in my county. It's a bad bill. It's bad precedent.
Senator, that's why we got a red and green button. All right, so the senator is asked to withdraw his amendment. Is there objection? So the senator, so now we're back to the original motion for the senator from the 13th. I recognize the senator for the 13th for that motion again. No, you can state the motion you made and then take the well.
Mr. President, I move again that the Senate agree to the Senate substitute amend on Senate Resolution 82.
All right, I recognize the senator from the 13th.
Colleagues, I know it's getting late. I want won't be here long, I promise you this. Let me start by telling you up front, straight up. Senate Resolution 82 was a bill that I had. I think the senator from 19th explained to you that it was a Senate resolution to help counties get rid of taxes and delinquent property and get property back on the tax records. That's what Senate Resolution 82 was. The House kept nitpicking the bill, and it just kept nitpicking the bill to the point where I didn't know the bill was going to make it across. The House called me, which is one of the representatives from my area, and he said, may I use your bill to help timber growers? Let me stop here and tell you what a timber grower is. This is a man that grows timber for at least 15 years before he can get one dime out of it. And then he grows it for another 15 years before he can get another dime out of it. Now, we sit here and we give tax breaks all the time to everybody that walks in there with hands out if they wear a suit and tie and look good and carry a briefcase. We don't want to give taxpayers to a timber grower. How many of these people in this room know a timber grower? Very few, that's what I'm seeing. Very few that know timber growers. Because a timber grower is not up here begging and pleading for all these tax things that we give out constantly. So I'm trying to tell you here, this bill here is simply a bill that will help timber growers down the road make a little money when they sell it. And once they get over $100,000 of their money, then it goes back to the regular 40%. I've had no one in my districts, and I live in a rural district, folks, say they have a problem with this. Not one county commissioner, not one tax assessor has called and said they have a problem with this. Back 100 years ago, we passed Amendment number 3, if y'all remember what that was, to help timber growers grow timber and to make. It's like farming. We call that farming. We call it growing trees, and we call it farming. Okay? That's what it does. Now, this takes a 2/3 vote. If you vote it down, you vote it down. It takes a constitutional amendment to change it. But let me explain something to you, folks. You're not helping all these people that build these monstrous film studios and all this things there. You're helping a farmer grow timber, and timber builds homes. That's what you're doing here. You're giving them a little break. Now, I heard the word bad bill. I've heard a bunch of bad bills today. I hear a bunch of bad bills every time we're in session. But the reality of it is when you analyze what you're dealing with, you realize that trying to give a farmer a break on some of this stuff, he's not asking for you to take taxes away. He's just simply saying, let me have a break on the first 100,000. But when you use figures like 18 million, 8 million, and all these big numbers, it sounds huge. My God, a lot in Atlanta costs that much.
Senator, you don't want to oversell yourself.
I yield well, Mr. President. I asked you to vote for this and vote down all the amendments. I'd ask you to give a farmer a chance. Thank you.
Good job, Senator. Senator from the 2nd, do you wish to speak? All right. Senator from the 47th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be excused from voting on Senate Resolution 82 pursuant to Senate Rule 5-1.8.
All right. Without objection, the senator has excused himself. Senator from the 13th, what purpose do you rise?
If I didn't say it clearly, Mr. President, I do object to all the amendments. I just want to let that be out there.
It's your motion now, Senator. All the amendments have been withdrawn. All right, so we're at the posture on the senator has agreed to the House substitute on SR 82. All those in favor of the senator from the 13th motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 26 and nays are 26, and this motion has failed. Recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 189.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 189, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA relating to elections and primaries generally, so as to remove the Secretary of State from the State Election Board and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 23rd. All right, we're gonna have to limit our talking to a whisper here, and if we can't limit it to a whisper, we're gonna have to exit the chamber because we've got 3 or 4 measures that I know our members want to get done, and we got to be able to hear what's going on. So, floor is yours, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring you a House substitute Senate Bill 189. It's an election bill. It's an evolved election bill. It started out relatively small, but it has grown over the last few weeks. I will tell you that 189 is probably, it is, the most vetted election bill I've ever worked on in this chamber. Let's look at it together, but I'll go through it as deliberately as I can. I'm happy to take questions. I want you to recognize it's a combination of the original Senate Bill 189 and the original House Bill 976. So, Section 1. Section 1 removes the Secretary of State from his position as an ex officio member of the State Election Board. This is to ensure total independence between the Election Board and the Secretary of State's office, which is more operational. Section 2 really is some cleanup language. Because of that removal, it's notification language. It's not any significant policy issues. It just ensures that the Secretary of State is notified in certain emergency situations. Section 3. Section 3 clarifies and expands on the conflict of interest language for elections workers and election systems. So it essentially says that the State Election Board, the Secretary of State, local election superintendents, and the registrar or election officials cannot provide goods or services related to election systems and operations. It just clarifies and expands on the conflict of interest language that is already in our laws. There's an additional section, 3.1, which expands ballot access for presidential electors. That would require or allow any political party that has obtained a ballot access in 20 or more states, they would have ballot access in Georgia. So it opens up Georgia to allow for other parties to participate in the election process in our state. Section 4 deals with the clarification of the residency definition. We have boards of registrars and registrars who have to make the decisions on residency. Residency is the key to being eligible to vote. It clarifies the fact that you can lose residency when you choose to register in another jurisdiction, another state, another county, another jurisdiction. It also clarifies the fact that if you come back to the original jurisdiction, you have to update your registration information. It also points out that the fact that you have a post office box or similar mail service, that does not qualify as a residency. Section 5 deals with the clarification on how you would challenge an elector, someone who has voted, but some folks would feel that that vote was not appropriate. The evidence of a elector challenge is based on probable cause. We define probable cause really very simply. If you're deceased, you're not an eligible elector. If you have voted or you've registered to vote in a different jurisdiction, you're not an eligible elector. If you have a homestead exemption, you're not an eligible elector. If you are at a non-residential address, a field where there's no potential dwelling, and by the way, that information has to be confirmed by a government office, database, or website. And it has to be derived solely from government sources. Section 6. Section 6 allows limited use of paper ballots. Many of you may not realize that municipalities can already vote elections utilizing a paper ballot. This would allow very limited use of paper ballots for local elections only, no state elections, no federal elections, and you would use the absentee ballot format. It would only be used when there are 5,000 or fewer electors. Section 7 was the original intent of SB 189. It eliminates tabulation by using a QR code, a barcode, or other non-human readable code. It would read the actual ballot, either the text characters of the ballot or the ballot mark. Section 8, it deals with absentee ballot tabulation. We want to make sure that absentee ballots are tabulated in a timely manner and that they are reported, tabulated and reported by 8 p.m. on election night. We worked with the House, the Senate, and the Secretary of State on all of these issues, but this was at the request of the Secretary. Section 9 deals with chain of custody. It's been worked out over the last 3 years with House Bill 17. We appreciate, again, the good efforts from that effort. This basically quantifies the fact that as ballots move through the process, they are properly documented and properly controlled. Section 10, it's a companion to Section 8. It provides timely tabulation of advanced voting. And again, you would have them tabulated and reported by 8 p.m. on election night. So when election day ballots are tabulated and you get election results, you have the absentee ballot results, you have the advanced voting results, and you also have the election day results. The only thing missing would be any absentee or overseas ballots that come in on election day or the last day or so after that. Section 10, let me back up. In Section 10, we dealt with advanced voting. There's also a section in there that allows for ballot access, enhanced ballot access. In House Bill 974, we had a program that was institutionalized where all ballots are scanned and made available to the public via the websites. And the issue there was resolution. Absentee ballots are scanned at 600 dots per inch. BMD or Dominion system ballots are scanned at 200 dots per inch. We're working to enhance that. But what Section 10 does is it allows for individuals to request a higher image resolution and the ability to observe that scanning by the election officials. The cost would be paid by the elector. Section 11. Section 11 defines a pilot audit project whereby we will do a full tabulation recount of the November 24 ballot by a third-party vendor using scanned ballot images and reading the text or the mark on the ballot image, not any non-human readable code, such as QR or barcodes. It must be completed prior to final certification. It provides 3 key things. It ensures that all ballot images are available and readable. It verifies that the text and the mark on the ballot can be tabulated, and it confirms the initial election tabulation by a third party. Finally, in Section 12, we have a section that deals with timely election of vacated seats, primarily where individuals leave their post during an election cycle. It provides for timely replacement of election seats. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 189.
Recognize the senator from the second. All right, need everybody's attention. Need everybody's attention. Recognize the senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. To quote the senator from the 26th, this is a bad bill. It's a bad bill, and I think you all know it's a bad bill. And I'm going to just walk you through the bill like the senator from the 23rd did to make my case and hopefully make it plain, Mr. President, that it's a bad bill. And in case you haven't read the AJC today, a judge ruled today that the party, Georgia Republican Party's vice chairman, voted illegally multiple times. Now, we're talking about election security and what we have to do to protect democracy and the rights of folks to vote in this state. Section 1, the Secretary of State is just an ex officio on the State Board of Elections. The members of the State Board of Elections are unelected, appointed members by political subdivisions. That's a problem. We're removing the only elected constitutional officer on a board of unelected, unaccountable people to the people of this state. As we move through the bill, going through Section 3, we're addressing the powers of the State Election Board and what they have power to do to transact business in this state with the tabulation of voting equipment, but I thought that was left up to the local folks to address those issues. Now when we get to Section 4, we are talking about how to determine a person's residency and what does that look like. The mailing address for election purposes of any person in this state who is homeless and without a permanent address shall be the registrar's office of the county in which such person resides. This issue is going to lead to more voters to be challenged because when you get through the rest of this bill, it talks about what happens if you want to challenge a person. If you want to challenge a person, they use in this bill terminology about probable cause. On line 179, it says probable cause shall include, but not be limited to, an election, and it lists these criteria. Now, as I've shared with you colleagues time and time again, I'm a Baptist preacher and I understand the word but means pause. So the bill says probable cause shall include, but the but is but. But it's not limited to, meaning it doesn't have to be substantiated. It is not limited just to these items in the bill. The but means you can challenge it based on probable cause so that you can challenge any voter at any time, and probable cause is used in law enforcement. If you want to arrest somebody, you make sure you have probable cause. Why is probable cause? And Mr. President, I think the senator from the 25th is out of order while I remember speaking in the well. I hope that this body, when we come into the next biennium, has a little bit more decorum when the member is in the well. Because when the senator from the 23rd was delivering his remarks, I didn't interrupt him. And I think it's a disservice to this body to interrupt me in the well. It's out of order and it's improper.
Senator, stay focused on the bill.
I'm on the bill, Mr. President, because that's what this bill is talking about, what's improper, while I'm in the well. And I would appreciate, Mr. President, the same latitude as others have had while discussing this bill. Now, as we walk through the rest of this bill, Mr. President, we talk about the vote tabulation, the official vote tabulation using ballot scanners to scan these QR codes of any coded machine or printed ballots. We don't have the technology to do that, Mr. President. And so, therefore, I'm not in favor of this bill from top to bottom, and I think it's a bad bill. When you talk about how you'll get ballots from sealed containers from the election superintendent, this is to create more conspiracy in the election, because as the superintendent is going to the clerk of the Superior Court to get those ballots, what happens when a sheet of paper gets lost and doesn't get returned back to the proper box in the sealed container? This creates more issues for elections. At the conclusion of scanning these ballots, it says that they should be in tamper-resistant containers with a record chain of custody documents specified by the Secretary of State. And again, Mr. President, we have to think about how we're storing these ballots in relation to when ballots leave the election superintendent and are stored with the clerk of Superior Court in all 159 of our counties. As we continue to move through this bill, which I just got a few moments ago, Section 10 also talks about how we'll make some adjustments to the closing of polls in such county, whichever close later, by looking at how advanced voting shall be tabulated, and the results will be reported no later than 8 p.m. on such day or within 1 hour of the closing of such polls in such county, whichever occurs later. I don't think that's enough time for our election officials to have all of the information needed to make that determination and putting a time constraint on them. That is not proper, Mr. President. And as we move through talking about the image resolution for ballot images available from the Secretary of State of this code section with producing digital scans of the requested ballots at a resolution, again, this is going to be an issue because I don't know how we're going to make sure that each ballot image meets the required standard. And as we move through Section 11, talking about a pilot program of auditing of paper ballot images using optical character recognition technology or other related technology which shall verify the human readable text portion of the ballot. Again, Mr. President, this technology does not exist. It should not be in this bill, and we shouldn't be voting on this measure tonight. And so with that, Mr. President, if there are any questions, I will take those.
Recognize Majority Leader.
Senator, with the senator yield.
I yield to the Majority Leader.
Senator, aren't you on the Ethics Committee?
I am, Senator.
Isn't it true? We've been working on this information, this language for 2 years. We've had hearing after hearing. We've had hundreds of people come and testify on these issues. The Democrat Party and the Republican Party working together. We made some bipartisan changes to these bills. What you're seeing here tonight is not new to anybody on that committee. We've vetted all of this information for the last 2 years in 2 sessions, and this is all coming together at the end, and these are the exact bills that we passed out of the Senate Ethics Committee. Is that not correct?
Senator, I believe we passed out a measure with portions of these bills, but I also feel, Senator, that this bill includes new language that we have not had in the bill, and it looks to me that this is the House offers the following substitute to SB 189, and that substitute means that they have made significant changes in the bill that we may not have agreed to, and that's why we're discussing this measure right now. Mr. Majority Leader.
Will the senator further yield?
I further yield.
Can you point to anything in that bill that hasn't been discussed in the Ethics Committee chaired by the chairman over here from the 23rd District?
Senator from the 51st, I absolutely could probably point to some of the things that we have not discussed in this bill had I had all of the previous versions of the bill with me. Since we're not in the court of law, I'm not prepared to debate that measure with you at this time because I don't have such documentation to cross-reference at this point in time. But should I do have that point of information at the next juncture in which we'll discuss this measure, I will be happy to answer your question by having the proper information at the proper time.
I take that as a no, but I believe that we have all heard this information several times. We've had plenty of opportunities to ask questions. The bills were passed out of the Senate, they came out of here, went to the House, and now we're seeing them again tonight, and it's not for the first time. Thank you for answering my questions.
Was that a question? Any other questions?
Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call the question.
Call the question. Not in order yet.
He's a little premature.
Mr. President, are there additional questions?
No, sir. Recognize the senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 4-2.14, fixed hour of adjournment is 12 midnight. Point of order.
Senator, we routinely finish the day when we finish the day's work, and it's gone past midnight on previous years before, so we're not doing anything that's new to how we've practiced in the last 5 years I've been here.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn.
It's not in order. It's not in order. Gentleman's still in the well.
Mr. President, I will yield the well.
I recognize the senator from the 29th. I recognize the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, move the previous question.
Senator has moved the previous question. Is there objection? There is objection. All those in favor of moving the previous question will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Recognize Senator in the second.
Point of order, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate rules, the minority leader takes precedent over the senator from the 29th, and his motion to move the previous question is out of order.
I recognize the senator from the 55th, and her question was out of order, and then I recognize the majority will. Senator from the 51st, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the chairman of the Senate Ethics Committee has worked diligently for 2 years on these bills, properly vetted, input from the communities, the citizens from all over Georgia came here many times, and this is a good bill for Georgians tonight?
Senator's passionate about what he speaks. On the motion for the previous question, the yeas are 33, the nays are 22, and the motion prevails. Now we're on the SB 189, agreeing to the House substitute by the senator from the 23rd. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. All right. On the passage, the yeas are 33, the nays are 22. I recognize senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House
Senator.
offers
Go ahead, Secretary.
the following amendment to amend the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409 by striking from lines 4 through 6 the following: to amend Code Section 31647 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from certificate of need so as to revise provisions relating to ambulatory surgical centers and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 26th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, I mashed my button right after the vote because I'd like to ask that the majority vote on the previous bill that we reconsider.
Sorry, Senator, we've already moved on.
Is that the reason you didn't recognize?
What's that, Senator?
I said, is that the reason you didn't recognize?
I didn't see your light on. I apologize, Senator. So, got a few folks up here talking to me. So, Recognize Senator from the 17th.
Left your water.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, House Bill 1409, we passed earlier, is the bill that raises the standard of care in our mental health care facilities, help us do a better job of delivering better health care services in our state. We had an amendment from the senator from the 1st that dealt with some CON changes that were taken out by the House. We want to make sure we can get this bill done. This goes back to the original House Bill 1409. Ask for your support. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator from the 14th, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is it not true that my light is still on from earlier when we were trying to be recognized because the majority passed a fly-by-night election law bill that is probably going to be pretty unpopular because it couldn't get done any other way? Isn't that true?
No.
Okay. Thanks, Senator.
I'll yield the well.
Is there any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair, here's none. Senator has moved that 1409, House Bill 1409 agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute. All those in favor of the senator from the 17th will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 2, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize Senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 912 be removed from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 912, a bill by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 41.1 of the OCGA relating to definitions relative to motor vehicles and traffic, so as to revise the definition of multi-purpose off-highway vehicle and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, the 27th District Chairman. Additionally, Senator Ginn of the 47th and others offered the following Amendment 1 to amend House Bill 912 by replacing line 3 with the following: multi-purpose off-highway vehicle to amend Code Section 4876.1 of the OCGA and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, last year we passed a bill to allow side-by-sides to be driven on the road and licensed, have license plates on them. The Department of Revenue has asked for clarity on whether or not they are subject to ad valorem tax. This bill clarifies that they are not subject to ad valorem tax, and that's all that this bill does. Mr. President, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, I'm also happy to yield the will.
There are no questions.
he's doing this one for his son. I would not know. Let me just go ask them. Can I retake a well?
Suspend,
yeah.
Senator from the 27th, you have a,
He can return the bill to the table and we can go on to something else.
Senator, do you have?
Mr. President, there are two amendments on this. I would ask parliamentary inquiry. I just ask for consideration. I believe the senator from the 31st is going to draw his. I think the senator from the 47th has agreed to do his in about 30 seconds. If we could take that one up and then move on.
Secretary, read the amendments.
Senator Anna Petarchi of the 31st offers the following Amendment 2 to amend House Bill 912 by inserting after 2 on line 3 the following. Amend Article 7 of Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the OCGA relating to commercial driver's licenses so as to provide for hiring standards for commercial drivers and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 31st.
Mr. President, I ask that amendment number 2 for HB 912 be withdrawn from consideration.
Without objection, the senator's amendment is withdrawn. Recognize the senator from the 47th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the hour's late. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask for your consideration on the amendment on this bill. Here in front of me, I hold a picture of my son that was taken in 2009, a few days before his death. And for me, my son was killed in a rollover accident with one of these side-by-side utility vehicles. And I asked the sponsor of the bill in the House if he would allow me to and would support my amendment to honor the life of my son that I lost in an accident on our farm, in a rollover accident because he didn't have a seatbelt on. And I can't tell you how much pain that I've experienced with the loss of my son. And for me, I'll ask for you to support the amendment so that nobody else has to deal with the pain that I've experienced for the last years of my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Question is on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 47th. Is there objection to that amendment? Hearing none, amendment number 1 is added. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 31st. Senator from the 31st, you're up right after this. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Recognize the senator from the 31st.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 351.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 351, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 20 and 39 of the OCGA relating to education and minors, respectively, so as to provide for social media platform access by minors and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 31st.
Good evening, Mr. President. Real quick, so 351, I want to thank, Mr. President, I want to thank you, your staff, many other members of this body for crafting probably one of the most transformative pieces of legislation addressing social media in our youth here in this state, and honestly, a model for across the country. This legislation basically is updating the cyberbullying statutes for the first time in over a decade. It's creating parental consent for minors to access social media apps. We're banning social media apps on school platforms in a K-12 environment. We're also updating filter laws and rules related to security issues in our schools, and also updating the child pornography and pornography statutes here in this state. But again, just want to thank everyone for the work on this, some of the folks in the House, and just proud we're going to get this done tonight. So thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield if there's any questions.
Senator from the 9th, you have a question? Senator, you can yield the well. Senator from 14th, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Line 634 on, this is page 25 of the bill, the new code section 3962. This is about having providers of social media platforms make commercially reasonable efforts to verify age. Is that going to require all social media platforms to upload an ID or some sort of proof of your driver's license, passport, whatever, just to use the social media site? Because that seems to be a risk that's happened in other states.
There'll be some form of proof. It'll be similar to that, and I know that many of the social media companies that we've talked to, including a couple of the prominent ones, are already making these reasonable efforts in place as it relates to minors creating accounts and all those things associated with that.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
You can yield the well, Senator.
As for favorable consideration. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? All right, the question is on SB 351. The senator has asked that we agree to the House substitute. All those in favor of his motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 7, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
I ask unanimous consent to remove House Bill 1019 from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1019, A bill by Representative Reeves of the 99th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to tax exemption and for other purposes.
What bill?
The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd District Chairman. The Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1019, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to tax exemption so as to increase the amount for a statewide homestead and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd offered the following Amendment 1 to amend the Senate Finance substitute to House Bill 1019 by striking $10,000 on line 19 and replacing it with $4,000, by striking $10,000 on line 24 and replacing it with $4,000. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, the House has passed out the constitutional amendment on the property tax bill, so all that's a done deal. As part of the agreement, they had sent over a homestead exemption of $2,000. We had raised it to $10,000. Upon all that being done, we agreed to cut it back to $4,000. That's the amendment, and I would ask your support of the underlying amendment in the bill, and if there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
No questions, Senator. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question ordered. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1 authored by the senator from the 52nd. Without objection, Amendment 1 is added. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 52nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that in the 8 years as being finance chair, this is the only finance bill that has not been engrossed? And isn't it further true that that could have been a mistake or it could have been for this very purpose?
I know nothing about it. Senator knows what he speaks. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize Senator from 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 495.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 494, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 2 of the OCGA relating to agriculture so as to regulate hemp products, to authorize the Department of Agriculture to enforce certain criminal laws, to provide for definitions, to provide for the establishment of a Delta 9 THC concentration, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 495, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 312A18 of the OCGA relating to the low THC oil patient registry, so as to provide for the term of validity of a registration card and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring to you Senate Bill 495. We passed this bill out of the Senate 51-3 just a few weeks ago. This is dealing with the THC oil patient registry that is operated by the Department of Public Health. We passed it out. There was a substitute dropped in a House committee, but then they amended it back to the version that we passed out of the Senate. So that is why you see the sub, but we're going to agree to it, and I'll yield the well, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senators yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none, the senator has moved that the Senate agree to SB 495 to the House substitute. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 3, and this motion passes. All right, this is the last one. Last one. Recognize the senator from the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 494.
Secretary, read the caption.
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 494, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title II of the OCGA relating to agriculture so as to regulate hemp products, to authorize the Department of Agriculture to enforce certain criminal laws, to provide for definitions, to provide for the establishment of a Delta-9 THC concentration, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 37th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 494 as amended by amendment number 1.
Takes precedence. Recognize Senator from the 37th. Speak to his motion.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, House, amendment number 1 simply allows us to accomplish Senate Bill 494 in a complete manner. What Senate Bill 494 does, the substitute does, is simply address one of the many isomers of THC, the Delta-8 isomer. What this does is it does what other states have done. It addresses not just Delta-8, but Delta-9, 10, 11, and exo-THC. It's a very simple amendment. It's an important amendment. And it keeps the promise that we have that 0.3 THC is and below is the level of hemp and related products, and make sure that we're not having a whole series of isomers that are completely unregulated, but that every variant of THC is governed at 0.3% and below. That's all it does. It's a cleanup amendment that allows us to move forward in a complete manner. Mr. President, I'd be glad to take questions.
Recognize Senator from the 13th for a question. All right, recognize Senator from the 41st for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that if we were to pass your amendment, this would in effect kill the underlying bill because the House will not have time to agree to it? Is that not true?
I don't know that that's completely true. I will tell you that if we're going to do this, what's important to the lady is if we pass a bill that has completely unregulated isomers, we're turning a blind eye to a huge section of that which is THC. To regulate one and to ignore the others is to ignore our duty. I just can't imagine we would ever do that.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that we have worked tirelessly for several sessions to get this hemp bill correct and to make sure that our industry can thrive in this state? And if you were to pass this amendment, this would kill the bill and force us to have to do this work again next year. Isn't that true?
Well, I would ask the lady, if you've worked tirelessly and you've looked at every potential option and these included, and these are not included, one can only conclude there's an intention to not include these. When you look at other states that have done this, other states who've done their homework have included these, because to not include the 8, 9, 10, 11 isomers, you're ignoring a whole component of THC. And that's all we're trying to do, is do this to standard and do it right the first time. And I know there's, when you look at what other states have done, Tennessee, they did this. Florida did this. Other states did exactly this. And I just want to make sure we do a complete job, Mr. President.
All right. You waive? Okay. Senator, you have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, just this is a cleanup measure, allows us to move forward in a complete manner, and ask for your support for amendment number 1.
Senator from the 14th.
Mr. President, thank you. In 30 seconds, I made a promise to several people today that I would impersonate the president of this chamber from the well today, so here it goes. I don't know what we're doing. I mean, this is a good bill, y'all. It's a good bill. I don't know why. I don't know why we want to put an amendment on it. It just don't make any sense to me. But anyway, y'all, we're not trying to ban hemp. We're not trying to ban Delta 8. Just vote it down. We'll do it again the right way. Thank you. I yield the will.
Recognize Senator from the 13th.
Mr. President, I couldn't have said it better myself. Let's go.
All right. Did McLaurin do his impression of me right then? I couldn't hear. Is that what he did? Hey, oh, absolutely. Will you do it again for us? Actually, I don't recognize you. Sit back down. All right, here we go. So we have the senator from the 37th motion to amend all those, which takes precedence over the senator from the 11th. So all those in favor of the senator from the 37th will vote yay. If you're opposed to his amendment, vote no. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 7 and the nays are 47, so his motion is defeated. I recognize Senator from the 11th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 494.
Recognize Senator. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill passed this House, or this body, Senate 43-5. It has no cannabis in this bill. It only deals with the hemp in our state. It addresses the problems with our unregulated hemp. It's totally disconnected from the cannabis part that we were talking about earlier. It is a good bill to bring the program under control in our state to protect young people like these two girls over here that are my daughters that are with us here tonight. Mr. President, I hope you'll support this bill, and I yield the will.
Senator has yielded. Senator has yielded. So, any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none, the senator has moved that the Senate agree to House Substitute SB 494. All those in favor of the senator from the 11th will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 18th, what purpose do you rise? Senator from
Mr.
the
President,
18th.
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that my page for the day, Marlena Holt, has been here all day, and we're now approaching 12:45, and she is still here?
All right, all right. All right. That's good. Senator from the 47th, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll see the president's page and raise him 2 great pages over here. Should have been here all day.
All right. All right. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1, and the senator motion has prevailed. So, all right. So, this is the last one. Recognize the senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, I move that House Resolution 854 be taken from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Resolution 854, a resolution by Representative Huddleston of the 72nd and others, a resolution honoring the life of Mr. Keith Jackson and dedicating an intersection in his memory and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this resolution do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, the 27th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Transportation offers the following substitute to House Resolution 854. A resolution dedicating certain portions of the state highway system to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right, without objection, I recognize the senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, this is a road naming bill. I yield the will.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against it? No objection, removing it from the table. The senator has moved that we agree to the House's position. All those in favor vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Hold on. If we still have pages here, we'd like to have y'all come and walk down the center aisle here so everybody can recognize you. All right. Wow, that's a lot. Like to thank each and every one of you, all these young people we've had come this year. We've had an amazing group of pages this entire session. Thank y'all, thank y'all. We've had more than we can handle some days, so thank you, and thank you to the ladies who who run this page program for us. They do an awesome job. And if you have kids and they're 12 years or older, they need to come page with us. They'll have fun. They'll have a good time. Thank y'all for being here, kids. On the adoption of the committee substitute, if you're in favor of the adoption of the committee substitute, just vote yes. My goodness, it's the last bill. It's road naming. So, with no objection, actually the bill passes without a vote, so we don't need a vote. So without objection, it passes. But we're going to take one anyways. Secretary, unlock the machines. Senator from the 29th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, not true. This is Secretary of the Senate David Cook's last vote.
This is. Let's give the Secretary a big hand. He has done a wonderful, wonderful job. He has worked for this chamber on and off for the last 48 years. So y'all please give him another round of applause. On the adoption resolution, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 0. And this resolution, having received the requisite majority, passes. And I believe that's going to round us off. This time next year, we'll have David Cook Road named for him in that bill we just voted on here. So I recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned, sine die.
The majority leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned, sine die. Is there objection? Chair hears none. We are adjourned, sine die.